The recording has started.
Welcome to Truth Uncompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by sourcevibrations.com. I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is January 21, although we know this isn't the true New Year, so they're fake New Year, but nonetheless, here we are. So peace and love to the family. I see my peeps in the house. Shout out to Scotty Saturn. Shout out to Magical Mind. Hey, Brother New Woo. Shout out to Know Thyself. All my people in the YouTube chat. Hey, Sis P. Parker. Shout out to Brother B. I saw you earlier.
Brown Wolf, you're new here, so welcome aboard. Shout out to Genesis. Who else we got in the house? Think I got everybody. And then I saw Legendary Top Cat had dropped in and said hello, so shout out to that brother as well. Check out that brother on YouTube, family. He's been dropping some heavy stuff over this period. But over this past week, he kind of laid out a couple of bodies, okay? So check out his videos. The most recent ones, he's been getting in or going in on the Moors, all right? So he breaks down in one video who the Moors are, who the Jews are, who the Black Europeans are, and who was whom, when, and where. So very powerful video. I say that one is a classic because everything is in one video. So go check it out. Today we got back on the Moors. I was kind of in and out of that one. So please check out that brother's body of work on YouTube, the Legendary Top Cats. So I'm going to bring on my co-hosts, Brother Sean and Sis Sandra, in a second. Before I do that, I got to put this disclosure out. As Brother Sean says, our ancestors say, as he reminded a sister. So y'all know we've been gone for 2 weeks. So we were taking a break. So I took that opportunity to stand up a podcast on a platform called Anchor FM. So it is under the same Truth Uncompromised Media Network family. I call it WTUZ Radio Podcast. All right. So that basically means you should be self-explanatory. The WTUZ is for Truth Uncompromised. So I put about 3 or 4 shows out there. So what I'm trying to do is broaden out because I don't trust these platforms, y'all. I don't know how much longer we're going to have on YouTube. Facebook is already garbage. I pretty much keep that for promos for this show and keeping up with family members. I think YouTube is going to get hit hard next with the censorship. So that's one of the reasons I'm doing it, is to get on another platform as well. So over the break, when we were taking a break, I put out a couple of other podcasts. All right. One of the podcasts, specifically, I did that podcast on December 29th. I had to go back and look at it. Look at the date. That podcast, I specifically told y'all that Q, Elemental P, them, that whole Anon shit, I told y'all it was a psyops. That wasn't the first time I said it. I just broke it down in a little bit more detail in that podcast. I've been telling y'all for a year on this platform that shit was a psyops. And all of that Trump card shit was a psyops. So now yesterday, and literally, we were chopping it up on Brother Top Cat's show. So I'm trying to multitask, work stuff over here, messing around with the fam in the chat room here, TV on low in the background, breaking news, flash across the little screen, where Q Elemental P them, quote, storms the Capitol. Oh, okay then. So I continues on with my day, finish out work, finish chopping it up with Top Cats and fam. Goes, looks at the news. Child, let me tell you something. Who did y'all get to produce that production? Because it was low budget as hell. low budget than an MF. I mean, literally, you had these same folks that were storming the Capitol. How the F you taking pictures with the cops? What I'm missing in that? How were they able to take over the Capitol? And if I recall correctly, when some crazy woman, melanated woman, was claiming that Prez O was her baby daddy and was in a car, she couldn't even get all the way up there, and they fired up on her ass with baby in car and all. So you finna to try to convince why that shit wasn't staged? I told y'all from the start that Anon, Q Elemento P Nim, white hat. I told y'all all of that shit was a psyops. And so, why did they do it? Why did they do what they do when they did what they did? I keep telling you all it's two folds. The first fold, they are flipping the financial system. So as folks are concerned about the quote storming of the Capitol and Trump card stepping down and Trump card inciting his base to clown, they study in the background standing up this motherfucking digital platform on y'all asses. Literally, the currency controller is approving these digital platforms to be viable to participate in the commerce system. The digital coins are taken off to the fucking stratosphere. Bitcoin is over $30,000 per motherfucking coin. It was close to 40. So I don't know if it's fluctuated. I ain't checked it in a couple of hours because goddamn I couldn't check it on the platform because one of the platforms motherfucking went down because I know people are in there trading and buying. Even the alternative coins have jumped. I've been telling you all that this shit was coming for years. And it was going to use a distraction to do it. And that's just what they're doing. So they're going to keep on with the distractions. And then next thing you know, the financial crisis is going to happen. And then they're going to flip that shit. Just like they did when they confiscated gold. So that's the first thing. Second thing, most important thing, we just ushered in a new era from a spiritual perspective. We left out of the Pisces age into the Aquarian age officially on December 21st. That's huge from an energetic perspective. So the reason, like I told y'all before, that they have to switch the financial system because the currency, current, has to match a certain frequency in order to thrive. So the oil-based currency or current, or merchant of the sea current, has to be switched to a different frequency. So therefore, new financial system. Because the old shit ain't gonna work no more. So they have been systematically crashing the system. Okay? Because I told y'all in 2008, that shit was over then. So all of this shit is being propped up. Everything is really a wrap. They're just holding it over with that fiat money until they make that switch. So that means the stock market is elevated. That's bullshit. Even the housing market. Be careful. Because that's even going to crash. Housing prices are unrealistic. That shit finna crash too. All right? So this is what this is about. All of these empires, well, not all of them. I really think there's only two, maybe even one. They follow the natural universal solar system cycle. That's how they keep control. And while they got you focusing on Trump card, Elemental P, them, white hats, that shit don't mean nothing to what is really going on. You as a divine being are supposed to be harvesting the universal energy and making that shit work for you. All right, so I had to get that out there because I know that, folks gonna want to talk about that bullshit tonight. And I'm here to tell you it was a psyops. And it was a poorly piss poor ass produced psyops. Okay, so let me bring in my co-host. All right, family, here we go. Let me bring in Sis Sandra. And of course, computer acting up. Now, I've been chilling all day, but soon as I get my butt on here, dramatization. So bear with me, Sis Sandra. I'm trying to bring you in, and Brother Sean. So let me bring in Sis Sandra. All right, sis, let me try it again. Let me try, sis. I'm trying. Peace and love, sis. Are you there?
Oh, peace and love to you, Sister Rhonda. I am here. I am overloaded. How about yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice, sis.
Yours too, in the so-called New Year.
Right. And I had bought my little glasses, y'all. I'll wear them again when the true New Year come in. So I bought my little glasses. But yeah. All right, let me bring in Brother Sean. And YouTube family, I can't chop it up with y'all like I want to via typing because I can't bring it up on my main screen. So it's going to be limited tonight. I like to be in there clowning with y'all. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power.
How are you?
How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Mm-hmm.
Good to hear your voice.
Likewise. Just chilling.
Yeah,
Just chilling.
I know that's right. Beloved. Okay, sis. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That performance.
Child, let me tell you. I said it was a motherfucking Tyler Perry production. That shit was cheap than a motherfucker. Real cheap.
That was Spike Lee.
Spike Lee do a much better job. No, you can't say that was Spike. Spike Lee be doing a damn good job on this shit.
I'm talking about budget wise. His first one.
Okay, I give you that. His first one, he was starting out, but woo, baby, that shit was. I'm like, you got to be bullshitting me, right? You think I'm finna sit up here and believe this?
That was Antifa. They got video of the police escorting them in there.
Child, I can't.
That's that same dude. Who's a pedophile. He had a page where he had that baby lover stuff on there.
I'm just this fuckery. This fuckery is unreal.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it's the best show on.
It really is. It literally really is. I'm like, and melanated people, I don't care, if you're a Christian, what your religion is, what your political affiliation is. Stay the fuck out of that. That's white folk stuff. Stay out of it. Y'all never should have been all up in the Q Elemento P Trump card and them shit anyway. Stay out of it. Because you gonna mess around and let Antifa, Nifa, Beefa, whoever get you bust square in your head.
Mm-hmm.
It's a psyops. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Them people turned on Trump. They were scared. Pelosi and them showed them, look, we'll let motherfuckers run up in here on you. So y'all better put Biden in.
Child.
Scared the shit out of them. You can see on some of their faces, they were scared as fuck.
That, I just can't.
The party was over.
I can't do the ghetto-ness because that shit is ghetto. I never wanted any part of it. That's exactly why, because the shit is a psyops. And they probably still ain't done with the pop-off because we still having to.
Not at all. Not at all. It ain't over.
Yeah, because Biden gets sworn in on the 20th.
You gotta make it to the end.
And I knew they was gonna pull some bullshit. That's why I did that Q Elemento P them show before the new year. I said, cause they finna set it off. I already know.
Mm-hmm. This is great, though.
Well,
as long as our people do what they're supposed to do.
Right. Absolutely. Stay focused.
I mean, enjoy the show, but take care of your business.
Exactly. Because that's exactly what it is. It's a show. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's all an illusion. And somebody, now I don't know how credible it is. I didn't go back and dig for myself. It could have been Photoshop. But, the one dude that had the horn hat on with his shirt off.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's the Tito.
Okay, well, so number one, let's get on that. Because that horn represents Moloch. Go look it up and research what it means. The second part is, now I don't know how true this is. I did not research to try to find out what episode this is in, but supposedly and allegedly, somebody posted a scene coming up out of The Simpsons with a dude dressed exactly like old boy who was participating in a riot. Now, I don't know how true it is. I think I know what episode it is. I didn't have time to do it tonight, but maybe next week I'll have the receipts to verify it. So, it's all staged. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, I was saying, I heard that too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, shit. Think of somebody finna to sit up here and believe that. And got everybody all up in arms. And here's the thing that kills me. I was like, wait a minute. So basically, although I know it's staged, so you're trying to tell me white folks done pulled a coup? A coup d'etat, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that a coup attempt?
That's exactly what they did.
Oh, okay. Is that not treason?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, then. Okay.
That's what they did to Trump.
Okay.
I mean, we know they all rigged, but to this extent, I mean, they like, fuck it. We just go take it. Fuck it.
Ciao.
because this shit was crooked. This is the most crookedest election I've ever seen. I mean, they all crooked, but this takes the cake. It really does. And for people to be happy with it, to have actually participated.
Child, and people
bullshit.
put people online up there talking about some. Yeah, I knew that's why I voted blue, blah, blah, etc., woo, woo. People are in for a rude, huge awakening, and they don't even know what's fenced to hit them. They don't get it.
Right.
They do not get it. They don't get it. We're talking their livelihood as far as them having the ability to make money. All of that shit, it's fixing to change, y'all. The middle class is that shit finna be like.
You got me open?
Yeah, you open, sis. Go ahead, sis.
But, I was just listening to X22, and they're saying the same things that you're saying.
Child.
And he don't call himself X22 anymore.
I forgot what he called himself.
In November, they got it. He's green something right now.
I think they was messing with him. Huh? What you say?
This stuff.
No. They didn't. Taking him.
He got his own. He got his own website. They taking that from his website.
I'm talking about on
YouTube.
I know.
Okay.
Somebody copying his stuff on there. He's blocked on YouTube. Somebody
I thought X22 went missing. He's on BitTrue.
Yeah, they blocked him.
And I don't know why. All the man do is read financial news, so why is he blocked? Unless he talked about something that I don't know about.
They're trying to push the reset and the new currency.
Well, I've been saying that for years.
And he's saying that. And he's saying that in November in D.C., they started putting out 2x4s and propane tanks or some kind of tanks. And, like they did in that, what's that, Milwaukee or Minnesota? Mm-hmm. They put that out there for those riots when George
for the
Floyd
rioters,
was executed. So this is all tied together. And so Pelosi was supposed to be in charge of the police, around the Capitol and all that kind of stuff. And
wait a minute, back up, sis.
Correct. That guy.
Who? Pelosi? Who? I know not that heifer. The way she got L.A. screwed up.
Yeah.
I know they didn't put that heifer in charge of nobody's security when L.A. is the straight up ghetto.
Yeah, I know it. But that's what the role is in the Senate. I mean, in the House. They do that kind of stuff, they said. Now, what happened was, have you ever seen anybody who comes to a rally for somebody with ladders? They had ladders there. They had shields there. So they were climbing through the walls with ladders and breaking through the windows with shields and stuff like that. That's nobody that came to no peaceful rally.
All I want to know is...
So where did they get that stuff from?
How were those people able to infiltrate the Capitol without them guards firing up on them? It's just staged. I'm sorry. I'm just...
Now, I agree that was a fake flag. Because what they're doing now, because of that, is trying to impeach Trump on Article 25. That's what they're doing now. And they want Pence to go ahead and use Article 25 to impeach him. That he staged this, put people in harm's way, broke into the Capitol, did all this stuff, and caused all these deaths, and he's incompetent. That's what they're trying to do. And so Pence, instead of doing his part in calling that election stuff fraudulent and have the stuff go back to the states for review, Pence didn't do that. Because Pence is part of the game. Part
And
of the
Trump
pedophile,
ain't?
I understand.
And Trump card ain't?
I didn't say he wasn't. I just said what they're doing. It looks like it's two factions fighting each other. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yep, I agree
I'm
with
not
you,
on
sis.
Trump's side, I'm not on
Yep,
Trump's side.
I
I'm
agree
just
with
saying,
you. That I agree with you.
I'm just saying he was supposedly exposing them for the lies that they've been telling to the people and taking away the government from them. China is supposed to be the one in control of everything because they've already infiltrated the government. That's what they're saying.
China didn't have to infiltrate the government when
Right.
the government gave them access to everything. So how China infiltrated? They didn't have to infiltrate anything.
Well, that's infiltration, whether you know it or not. Computers and all
They
that
the
kind of
next puppets. Puppets.
That's my point. They didn't have to,
Nothing.
exactly. They didn't have to infiltrate anything. When they opened up the
fair.
doors and said, okay,
already said.
selling ports and all of that stuff. And just so you all know, China is behind the scenes already, like the U.S. is, but the U.S. is covering it up. China didn't already start up their digital system.
Listen, remember I said that Genghis Khan conquered 20 million square miles of this planet. And there's no way in the world that Genghis Khan gave up all that and got into that little ball of place that China is living in at this point in time. So I've always said that they're already here. They've been here. They're in California. They are everywhere. And they get in here, Biden and his wife, or Biden's wife, was selling them visas to come into the Silicon Valley and do whatever they want and become citizens of this country. That's the next rumor that was out there. Biden and his son are hooked up with China. McConnell, he's married to a Chinese chick. They all, and most of them, if you look at them, they have that Mongolian fold over their eyes. Kissinger has it. McConnell has it. Gates has it. Fauci, I think he had a little bit of surgery, or he has less of Chinese in him. Now, Native Americans, they said their daddy was a Chinese man. So they have been, this is their land. The flag, the red, white, and blue.
Nah, I'm going to have to disagree with you, sis. I think you mixing up kingdoms, but I agree with Brown Wolf. It's not infiltration if we working together. Absolutely. See, you have to go all the way back to Nixon. When Nixon went to China, hold on. When Nixon went to China to quote, quote, bridge that public relationship. Ain't nobody infiltrated a goddamn thing. This is all planned.
So did Muhammad. He went to China. They all setting this stuff up for us.
Okay, so how's that infiltration then? That's not infiltration.
Okay, maybe I used the wrong word. They're coming out of the closet. Let me say it like that. They're showing that they own this land and they own America.
Well, they don't own. Let's not put that out in the universe because they don't own a goddamn thing. Not over here. I don't give a fuck what agreement they made with whom, when, and at what time. They don't own shit over here. So if somebody sold them something, you got took. Uh-huh.
They sold this country to China. China.
They can't sell them nothing. They have nothing to sell it with, and they don't own shit.
Exactly.
To sell it.
Exactly.
And the whole thing is this. They've been said that they was going to build China up.
Exactly.
China ain't doing shit.
Exactly. That's the point. That's
Nothing.
the point. Exactly. Purred.
They
Exactly.
Scapegoat. Look what they doing to their own people. Now people talk about these ghost cities over there.
Yeah.
This where these motherfuckers was gonna retreat to once they depleted America of all its resources.
Right, but Mama Earth spanking that ass. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
They've been trying to say fuck the land and fuck us.
Yep.
They can't do shit with us. So they was trying to take what they can and leave.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know that, but most of our people don't know that. You and I know that. So
You'd be surprised at what some of our people know. Just because they said it, don't mean they don't know.
Right.
Now,
Right.
China, we can't keep giving new motherfuckers
Power. Exactly. Exactly. I'm not having it.
What is? They dying off.
Yeah.
Everybody's still trying to survive off of us.
Exactly.
Period.
Exactly.
Nobody has anything without us. And
That's
I'm
right.
talking about here in North America.
That's right.
I ain't talking about any place else. I'm talking about right here. We run it all. Period.
Agreed.
The original. Period.
Agreed.
But
Yep.
leaders, we want to coexist with everybody and everything. Didn't we try that shit as ancestors?
We did.
We still ain't learned shit,
We did.
but we still doing it. I don't care who wrote the Constitution or any of that bullshit.
Well, you know, the Constitution.
I ain't signed nothing.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
shit mean nothing to me. I don't care what nobody says. It's fraudulent.
It's not
Absolutely.
even valid. We're not party to the Constitution.
And
We're
all
not
of that.
party to no paperwork.
Exactly. None of that paperwork. Because all that Constitution and shit was
None of that.
all that,
Sorry.
Europe, Britain, what the fuck ever. And see, it's interesting because earlier this afternoon when we were chopping it up on Top Cat's show, brother, I don't know if the brother is, I think he's out of the MSTA temple or what, you know what I'm trying to say. And we're all Moors, blah, 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 blah. So we were going back and forth with bruh saying, prove it, which he couldn't. My point, and I will always stick to this. That's what keep getting folks in fucking trouble. They always want to slap a title on themselves that don't have a goddamn thing to do with them. Always taking on somebody else's, which you're not trying to do that. This is the point I'm trying to make.
No.
Hear me out. I'm not saying you. This is the point I'm trying to make. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to keep saying this is about your bloodline and your family. I don't give a fuck what none of this other stuff is about. It's about my bloodline, my family. What they cannot take away from you is your bloodline and your connections, and no one is going to lie on my mother's womb. So therefore, I don't give a fuck about China, Dinah, none of that shit. That's why I keep telling y'all, I have no fucks to give about any of that stuff. That's the problem. We keep focusing on what somebody else is allegedly doing, what they gonna do, how much power they have. Oh, yo, shit! Why aren't folks upset about that? But instead of getting upset about that, all I hear is some fucking packages, some paperwork, the bearing straits, every fucking thing but handling business. Handling your business. Let's start with your family business. And I keep telling y'all, if you cannot control yourself, If you cannot control in your household, you can't control your block. If you can't control your block, you can't control a neighborhood. If you can't control a neighborhood, how the fuck you gonna control and run a nation? Folks are out here bullshitting themselves, linking up with folks, the blind leading the blind. That's why I dropped that cute Elemento P. Because the fucking conscious community is a joke. That shit is a joke. It's fucking disgusting. Because nobody will get up off their ass and do the work. The real work starts with self. These brothers running around here pushing this fucking paperwork. Go to the fucking neighborhoods and clean that up where the children and the sisters can walk safe. Fucking put your energy in that. It's fucking disgusting. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Let's say we were going to follow paperwork. If it ain't coming through the matrilineal aspect, it ain't lawful anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Period. I mean, so all these documents with all these men's names on them,
Yep.
they ain't shit.
No.
Show me something one of the mamas wrote. Show me that.
Exactly.
But you can't.
Exactly. And if you do show it to me, don't show me something that she didn't pass down or signed over to no motherfucking man. Because it wasn't supposed to be passed on to a man. It was supposed to go to the next one in line in her lineage. That's why y'all running around here confused. Yeah, well, you know what I said about them land patents. You got to show me who issued them to you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, though, that's how.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Agreed. You got to show, you got to motherfucking show me. You got to show me. You got to show me who issued it to, issued them to you, and it better not be a motherfucking European. Did you hear that? It better not be a European. That's including black nobility, kings and queens and all, because they don't own shit over here. So come again.
That includes mine, the two that I found.
Yeah, I can't stand on that shit. See, I'm not a hypocrite. And that's why folk can't get shit done, because they don't do stuff in honor. And they continuously disrespect the land. They continuously disrespect the womb. They continuously even disrespect their own mama. And folks think they finna to sit up here and win.
Well, you know they broke.
But if they got the land patents for you to look up, they already know.
Child.
They know who was where.
Mm-hmm.
This information not materializing out of space.
Right. Another dimension.
I mean, it's been
right.
there.
Right.
Right. Oh, speaking of dimension, I was listening to Lou Dobbs for a minute.
Uh-huh.
And he was talking about China and their Navy. And then he said something about, but if it's true in other dimensions, then it's going to happen here. I rewound it, and that's what he said. If it's true in other dimensions.
Lou Dobbs, the Fox News man.
Lou Dobbs.
Fox News, if I remember correctly.
Uh-huh.
But we don't know what we're talking about.
Right.
That you got to create stuff in the spiritual world first.
Right.
In order for it to manifest
They're
here.
telling it all.
Hell, they own Alphabet Boys document tell you that. I ain't making it up.
Right.
Hence this
And
series.
the stuff they letting slip out. The stuff they letting slip out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I understand he's supposed to declassify a lot of their stuff. So a lot of stuff is going to be slipping out here soon. They already got 180 days before that UFO stuff they've been talking about slips out.
Yeah, well,
they said it was UFOs all over the White House yesterday.
Was it? But I know they had at least 180 days before all of it was going to come out. He had written them to release all that stuff.
Yeah, well.
That's why they're still trying to kill him.
Uh-huh.
That's why they're still trying to kill him. That was an
Right.
assassination attempt yesterday, too.
They're trying to
Oh,
declassify it. He's trying to
On Trump.
Who was trying to kill him?
You see
That's
him behind
Ethan.
that house yesterday?
But didn't he hold a press conference outside the crowd before
Behind
and he walked them to the Capitol?
Right, but then they tried to storm the building. That wasn't his people. That was.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. The other group came in, but he was long gone by then, I'm assuming, because I didn't see him in no pictures when they did all that storming.
Yeah, he wasn't in the pictures.
But that's why them other ones turned on him, though, because they were scared. Pelosi and them let them know, look, they can get any one of y'all we want them to get.
Well, you know what?
Well, I'm sorry.
She's a gangster.
I don't feel sorry for none of them. They created that mess.
Neither do I.
They put together the psyops.
Mm-hmm. They played the game.
So it is what it is. Caucasian folks, that's your people out there showing they motherfucking ass. I don't have nothing to do with it. But it's a psyops.
Yeah, it was. Well, I think we all agree on
Clear as day. Clear
Yeah.
as day.
Yeah, fake crap.
that. All good.
Don't make no sense.
The one that got allegedly killed, she's an Air Force veteran. They said.
Yeah. They said they saw blood all around. I never saw any film of it or nothing myself. And then 3 other people died of health issues, medical emergencies at the place as well. But they were asking those people. Trump said, "We're gonna go over there and surround the Capitol." He had already told them that we're gonna go over there.
Yeah, that's what they were saying, because he held a little press conference, but held a get together and told them we finna walk to the Capitol, woo woo, this, that, and the third. So, child, that shit was
I understand he's
staged.
in hiding now.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, that part of it was too. See, the problem is for me, being in California, I know Pelosi and those guys have to be cheating to stay in office because a lot of people don't like them.
Yeah, California, yeah. How that bee keep getting re-elected? Number one, her attitude just looks stank through the TV. It just looks stank-a-lank.
I think she's one of the most wicked women I ever seen in my life.
It just looks stank-a-lank. And just the fact that she's held that seat for so long, between her and who they call it Auntie Maxine, who she need her behind kicked too. Cause the what you call a district, sis, where the homeless, originally the homeless population, you know what I'm talking about. Huh?
Skid Row in LA.
Yeah, that's her motherfucking district. And it's been like that.
Maxine.
Yeah, Maxine. And it's
what?
been like that. But now LA is so bad. Huh?
She got a $6 million house.
Yeah, she chilling. Oh, she got her coins. You best believe. LA is so bad now, y'all.
They all live well.
Yeah, Venice Beach is a fucking nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, and that money they sent to the stimulus program to all those countries, that's going to be a kickback to their charities. That's what they heard. They say that's money laundering.
Well, we've always talked about that, to always follow the money, and you're going to find it in holding companies and charities and all of that jazz. Always follow the money, because at the end of the day, it is about money, which is really what they're calling currency, which is really an energy and frequency.
Exactly.
That's what that's about.
They didn't got billions out of that bill, and he was trying to get the Facebook on the 230 off of the bill. They didn't want to take that off because they want to cut him off. They've been trying to, on my AT&T, they always trying to get you to have petitions to get him off of Twitter.
Oh, well, you know, Zuckerberg just banned his ass, banned a Trump card.
Yeah.
Everything.
Oh, I didn't know on everything.
Twitter.
Oh, I didn't know. Well, Zuckerberg don't own everything, but also he banned off YouTube, Twitter, and them too.
Yeah. Yep. And he may be indefinitely banned, he said. Well,
he did. He came out right before we came on air on Facebook side. Now, I don't know about the other platforms, but on Facebook side, he said, this is Zuckerberg, said indefinitely that he's banned. So hence.
Yeah, and he's on Twitter too.
And
indefinitely, they said 12 hours, I think.
Well, I can't speak for the other platforms, but I know Facebook he's banned indefinitely. Hence is pretty much why I'm telling y'all that the censoring is going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Because Facebook, I believe they're going to shut that down. And I cannot find that article, y'all, that I had a couple years ago where this dude has said that they were going to shut Facebook down. They said they were going to shut Facebook down. And YouTube ain't too far behind. So this particular incident will also be used, because let's be clear, they never let a crisis go wasted. They always gonna put a little something on it based on that crisis. So the social media platforms are going to be targeted even more. We've already seen where YouTube, you got a motherfucking talking code. You can't mention certain words because sometimes they'll cut you off in a live, and then if they not listening in, once that algorithm finish running and they pick up those code words, they just gonna take your shit down, strike your shit, and then you're out of there. So the censoring is going to get a lot worse. So get prepared, y'all. I know we all got a little comfortable. You know, we've been used to going to one place, typing in such and so's name, a name of their little show, this, that, and the third, to watch our shit. We gonna have to go back old school. I'm really, really feeling this coming, which is why I started branching out on other platforms. I felt it coming. Okay? But YouTube is definitely next. Because it served its purpose that they need, which was to track what everybody was thinking, what everybody was doing, what people's psyche is, and people got on it, told all their motherfucking business. Now, I don't know if they expected the flip side to happen, where a lot of truth got out. A lot of truth. And although we may think that, 80% of the population is sleep, which they are. But like I told y'all, it only takes 1% to flip shit. Just like it's 1% that's ruling, it only takes 1% of the opposite to flip it. And that's what they're scared of, because we're at that point. Plus, with us being in the Aquarian age, the energy is on your side. So they're definitely going to want to start, they are starting to shut shit down. So don't get too dependent on their shit. Because at the end of the day, I can't really get pissed at YouTube and them, because this is their shit. It's their shit. And if they tell me I don't want you on here, that's their right. It may not be fair, but it's their shit. So just beware, family. I see it coming, and I think as this year keeps rolling out, and the more they get to standing up this digital platform, because it's already stood up. I told y'all it's already stood up. They're just still testing it and tweaking it, and they're writing in the laws, because they like they motherfucking laws. They gotta put everything on paper to equate them getting folks' consent. So until they can back in and write that shit in, they're going to slowly start to even more and more censor stuff, because things are moving really, really fast. I told y'all that Mother Earth's, the energy, she's moving really, really fast. So everything else is moving fast as well. They know that. Matter of fact, their technology technically can't even keep up with it. If you're grounded and you're on your stuff, you should be moving really, really fast as well. You should also know that these things are coming before they're happening. You don't have to turn on the news and have them tell you that it's happening. All you have to do when you see it, you was like, okay, yep, yep. I knew, yep, I knew that was coming. Yep, that's about right. So it is crucial, once again, for you to be grounded with self. It's also very crucial for you to be in the know thyself. And the reason we keep pushing know thyself, because as I told y'all, it is dangerous. It is extremely dangerous to be taken on these titles. These titles are programs. I'm going to say that again. These titles are programs. And with that program comes a certain set of history and karma. So you have to know thyself. You have to stand on your own. Nobody's coming to save you.
It's like Biden say, if you are black, if you're not black, wait a minute, if you're black, you vote for me. Well, that's a label he gave you. So that means you're down with whatever. You gave him the power. If you vote for him, you gave him the power to do whatever he wants to you, because you got under the label of black. Yeah, they tell you straight out. He's talking crud.
Well, I totally agree with you, sis, because you point that out a lot, that as they voting within itself. I know people don't like to hear this, but you are giving permission. You are giving permission to that system to operate. And if we have proven to you with the receipts, not only us proving to you, them proving to you by showing you by their works, that they don't move in your best interest. And we prove to you that they don't move. Why they don't move in your best interest? Because their alliance is to that oath of office, and that oath of office is the alignment or allegiance to these other empires.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what folk don't get about that. I know it hurts, yeah, all of that, but you got to put on your big boy drawers, your big girl panties, and get to work.
Mm-hmm.
How much longer you gonna march and, oh, well, you know, Prezzo gonna do it. Oh, Trump card gonna do it. God damn it, do it for yourself. Do it for your legacy. Stop sending your children out to depend on said white man that you claim you can't stand his fucking guts. But I'm sorry, go ahead on, Brother Sean.
But everything he was doing was within the Constitution. He filed paperwork everywhere just to have it constantly rejected. They hit him with jurisdiction. They hit him with some of everything to block any of his claims.
You talking Trump card.
President. Right. He's backed by the Marines, the Patriots, and they still said fuck his paperwork.
Right. That's a damn good point. I hope y'all caught that. Those of you that, and I'm not talking about those that ain't never mentioned the paperwork to me. I'm talking about those of you that have, and you got a motherfucking attitude and gotten your feelings when I said go head on with it. They don't even honor their own shit with their own people.
They stole the election in your face, and you supported. They told you that masks are going to be mandatory. They told you vaccines are going to be mandatory. They told you all this shit that you say you don't like. But you voted for it. You hated Trump that much that you voted for your own demise. He said he gonna lock this bitch down. Y'all voted for this.
And that's consent. That's consent, by the way. That's consent, sweetheart. When you cast, don't y'all get it? Casting.
Mm-hmm.
You consented to it.
Exactly. So, be a good citizen. Be a good citizen. Wear your mask. And go get your vaccine.
Well, it is what it is.
That'll save us some trouble of weeding people out.
Yeah, because most of the people are getting side effects and dying from this stuff. They ain't telling you all of that.
What I'm saying is most of them people would be the people that turn on us anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
And the agent. I mean, if you willing to die for them, you ain't one of us anyway.
Right.
So, I mean, all this bullshit is going on by consent.
Yeah.
They consent to die. They consent to be in the system.
Yep.
They have that right. Just like we had a right not to give a fuck about any of that shit and anybody that want to be involved in it.
Indeed.
Y'all don't give a fuck about us. I mean, who is it that's taken from who? We just want back what's ours. Period.
Indeed.
I don't give a fuck about none of that other shit. That ain't got shit to do with us.
That's right.
We know who we are, and we want our shit. Period.
Right.
There's nothing that you can tell me about no treaty, about nothing. Because ain't none of that shit got nothing to do with nothing right now. Except a program.
Exactly.
Except a system. And they don't give a fuck what you call yourself.
Mm-mm.
They've been destroying nations. They've been destroying worlds. The ancestors knew who they were when the motherfuckers got here.
Right.
Or we knew who we were as the ancestors when they got here.
Right.
That didn't stop shit. If you can't enforce shit, what difference do it make what you know or what you say?
Indeed.
You need to take that back to the land patents. If you and your family ain't strong and together, and you find some rich motherfuckers on your land that ain't ready to get that shit up,
Right. Right.
what you gonna do?
Right.
Trump ain't been able to enforce shit.
He ain't tried to enforce it to my knowledge, and
No, I'm not.
I know. I just want to throw that out
paperwork.
there for the cute elemental P now. I know you know that.
People seem to think that paperwork enforces it. He put paperwork out there. He had the manpower to back it up. But he didn't. He tried to let the judicial process work out so that everybody could see how crooked it is. But this the same system that you want to depend on with some paperwork freeing you. Ain't the paperwork pulling you deeper in, assigning you to new contracts? Even to be exempt, you have to be listed in their records as exempt. So you're still listed in the corporation
Right.
with privileges
Right.
because they ain't scared of you. They just kill you any goddamn time they get ready to. But obviously, you're locked in, so there's no need to kill you. Already got you.
Right.
You think you getting away with some shit, but I got you. I own you.
Right.
You still giving me your energy. You said that I had the authority to exempt you.
And that's the point that people be missing. Exactly.
If they have no authority over you, they can't free you or enslave you. I digress.
Yeah, no, very good point, Brother Sean. And only way something is going to change it starts within the mind, which as I try to search for this documentation, y'all, I'm having a problem pulling up our document, our Alphabet Boy document that we've been using for 2 months. What are the coincidences on that, huh? But it starts in the mind, your consciousness, which you are capable of connecting to higher energy, higher dimensions, higher realms. You are capable of creating. So if you're capable of doing all of that stuff, why do you keep relying on something that's outside of self? And not only relying on something outside of self, but you're relying on somebody to do it for you. The same system that got you, that are keeping you in this situation. That's just not logical. It doesn't make logical sense. And until people start freedom within their consciousness, they'll always be enslaved. Because all they'll do is take on another program. And then once they start running through that program and they find out, oh shit, this program is still a trap. That's what we've been trying to tell you all for years. And yes, we have all elevated. We've all grown as you are supposed to. You're not supposed to be talking about the same shit you was talking about 5 years ago and you ain't got no motherfucking results out of it. That means something's not right. So these are really, really beautiful times. It's really your time. It really is. You just have to use it to your advantage via your consciousness. That's the only way you're going to get it done. All right. So I'm going to try to get this document, because now all of a sudden, y'all know I'm going to be fired up if they snatched it, because we was almost done with it. But as I was, because I was going to wrap up the series, we probably really only have 2 more shows on this. But we also want to talk about, Brother Sean, you brought up with the fact out of the documentation, we're talking about the we got on the black box. And then what was the name of the one thing you talked about with that institute? And I said I'm going to pull the information on it. Let me try to find it. Let me try to find it for you all, because I did pull it. I pulled the information because we were going into, I pulled up about the work about Blackstone, and they started talking in there about the cube. And then we got down to in our Alphabet Boys document,
The gateway.
it was about and it literally to put your thoughts or your consciousness in this box.
Yeah, the Gateway Project.
Yeah.
Did you know that Blackstone is part of this Dominion computer system stuff? And Obama and all the people are part of Blackstone?
Well, remember, I told you a lot of them are a part of it.
Mm-hmm. That means Pelosi and Feinstein, all them people part of that stuff.
Yeah, that's
I
not a
got
surprise. Huh?
started hearing Blackstone. I started cracking up. I said, she just talked about them.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that company, like when we read the last time we were together on how the founders came from the financial world, and then they came together with $400,000, and they built it into a multi-billion-dollar corporation that buys up other corporations. I mean, heavy-hitting corporations.
Mm-hmm.
And they gonna try to convince me that was all based on the brilliance of the founders. Yeah, okay then. No, you're not finna convince me of that. All of this. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
If these people are mafia families or gang families, they can put some money in anything and get what they want from everybody else, and by intimidation. Now, that guy who leads that, I think he was part of Obama's team or something. But they tied. I heard them tie Blackstone to all of, the Clintons and Obama, and probably, I don't know if I heard the Bushes in there, but those are all, they say, crime families, as they quote unquote.
But remember when we talked about, and I just dropped that document earlier this week. I'm gonna have to pull it up again. I think I am gonna have to refresh folk memory.
Wait.
No, we're gonna go to the Pacers.
Oh yeah, back in the day.
Because people think it's back in the day, but it's really not. Because they're really still running things. So let me bring that up. Child, I'm still trying to find. I can't bring up that CIA document, child, and I'm really fired up about it. So let me try to bring up this Pacer thing.
When you bring that up, remember that Georgia played a very important role in all that?
Interesting. I hope sis, she who walks among the mist is here, because she sent me something on Georgia.
And it's playing the same role.
And South Africa. See, y'all, I don't be making, sis and I and Brother Sean, we don't be calling each other coming up with, oh, we gonna talk about this, we gonna talk about that. We literally don't do that, y'all. So when stuff occurs, it's naturally, organically occurring. Because she who walks among the mist literally just dropped day before yesterday some information on Georgia and their involvement in South Africa. And I did copy that link, and I told her I was going to look over it. And I hadn't had a chance to, so we can definitely go over that. So, damn. So, Brother Sean, can you try to find that CIA document for me? Because my link ain't working no more. I can't even get to it on the PC. I'm trying one last time. And I'm going to pull up the Pacer stuff. So, bear with us, family, until we can find the Alphabet Boys document. We was almost done with it. Let me pull up this Pacer stuff.
Why are you looking for that?
Huh?
Are you looking for that? I had some information. I heard that Kemp, which is the governor of Georgia, and Raffensperger, who is the Secretary of State of Georgia, is doing business with China. They promote China, and they all, and China is in South Africa, and now they're in the Caribbean too. So Georgia would have a handle in South Africa.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up in a sec what sis gave to me. Just a second. Let me pull up the pay source stuff first. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, just my little just stopped working. I'm fired all the way up. I don't appreciate that. Shoo. So hold on. But I am going to pull up the pay source stuff because I want y'all. We went over this before. And shout out to brother 832. Because he was the one that put us up on game with this. And it's not a lot of information out there on this. So
I still have it in that David Icke book.
Yeah, you know, they took his butt out too.
Oh, did they?
Well, far as started shutting him down, which he was also a psyops, though, to be honest. He was a psyops. I mean, he brought a lot of truth, but a lot of it was mixed as well. Because I pay attention. If you're not gonna tell it all,
don't tell nothing.
I know who you're working for. You got to pay attention because a lot of those truthers, they'll put stuff out. But then when it comes to a certain group, starts with the J, ends with the S, they don't really get on them. So I'm looking at you sideways when you don't want to tell that. Or you don't want to talk about Popalicious. I'm looking at you sideways. Because all of it ties together. So you're not going to convince me that you're a quote, quote, truther if you can't talk about those things. If you won't talk about those things. So that tells me that you are there for the purpose of infiltration. You're there for the purpose of putting out half-truths and then mixing in a little bit to truly skew what's going on. So pretty much if you survived, so basically, if you survive, if you're putting out so much truth and you get a huge platform, I'm just going to be real fucking honest with you. If you putting out so much truth and you got a huge fucking platform, I know you're a liar. I know you're a liar. I can't even get on here with my couple thousand subscribers and have a peaceful motherfucking live. Without being froze up, all of that. I can't even say certain things without, oh, you can't say this. So you're lying. If you have a big platform and you quote, quote, spitting supposedly and allegedly truth, you're lying. You're not telling the complete truth. Somebody is funding you. That's just the bottom line. This shit ain't no equal platform. I don't get the hard-hitting truth from the big platforms. I get the hard-hitting truths from the small platforms. So yeah, I side-eye every one of them. Because those that do come out with the truth that was, you know, in their favor or they had access to certain information, they pushing up fucking daisies. They take them out. They take out their own. So you're not finna sit up here and convince me. So Ike, all of them. Ike pushing that alien shit, which was low-key white supremacy. I don't trust none of they motherfucking asses. None of them. So I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'm still looking, y'all. Still looking. Oh, okay. I think I found it. All right. Let me see if I can get this. Pull it up, because I don't think last time. And shout out to my mods. I appreciate you. I see y'all in here working. Oh, sis, I see. Let me see if I can grab this. Because I'm on a separate computer. Literally, y'all, I got to use 2 motherfucking computers. Y'all have no idea. Y'all have no idea. Okay, so thank you, sweetheart. I got that one. Thank you, Tanari. I love my fam. Y'all be on it. So shout out to my mods. I see y'all on your job. I truly appreciate you. So you all get the likes up. We're at 58 likes, but we got 87 up in here. So get the likes up, hit the like button. You don't even have to hit the like button. You feel I'm full of shit, that's okay. Don't hurt my feelings. Hit the down button. It does not matter, but show hospitality. You up in here, show the hospitality. All right, y'all, let me bring up this we went over this before, but I didn't have the this technology to, which it gets on my nerves, but to share the screens and all of that stuff with y'all. So hold on, fam. Let me try to get this for y'all. So hold on. We finna go dark. Y'all gonna go dark, YouTube, in a little bit while I switch over to try to share this document with you. So where are we? Try to find this document.
We was talking about some converter box or something.
Yeah, we was. But you named the company. It's in my notes, Brother Sean. It's supposed to be, because I went and I researched it. So it is.
Sister Andrew, you had brought that up, though. Didn't Sister Andrew bring that up?
Yeah, she did. Well, because I kept trying to dismiss her, and she was, she kept being, what am I trying to say? Adamant about it. And then, I think you researched it, and you were like, right. No, sis, it is there. Why, woo.
But I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, it's in my other notes. So we're gonna get to it. It's just everything is running so slow for me, mysteriously. Now, you know, I've been on here literally all day testing, because I test all day before a show. And now everything is running slowly. So I'll dig it up in my notes, because I did research it. So let me try to get this screen up for y'all. And if not, I'll just have to old school read it. But I like to show y'all what I'm reading so you can pull it for yourself as well. Okay, so why can't I find you?
But don't you find that odd that everybody else is studying us, but we refuse to know self?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, don't it dawn on people that it's a reason why they're so interested in you?
Absolutely. They say, Brother Sean, you're low. Your volume. I hear you fine. I definitely hear you fine, but you know how that is.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a reason why. And you don't wonder why everybody on Mama want to be here, all up in your kitchen.
Right.
Telling you what to do, what to cook, what to eat. And you go along with it.
Sure do.
All the bullshit that they give us. And y'all worried about this, willing to take a vaccine. when the
Right.
food that they're giving you make you susceptible to this bullshit.
Right.
But I don't see none of y'all stopping Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, Walmart, etc.
Popeyes.
Exactly. How they name it. That's death right there.
Right.
Advertised.
Right.
And you accept it.
Right.
And now you want to get a vaccine.
Right.
And not to mention that high fructose syrup they be eating.
No, I mean demons out here, so to speak.
Yeah.
People eating your babies.
Yeah.
And you want to take a vaccine.
Right.
I mean, I guess the fact that y'all let them eat our babies, I guess you really don't care. The vaccine is about you and your fear.
Exactly.
It ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. AIDS ain't stopped niggas from fucking raw. And they still say people die from that, right? Or so they say.
Right.
And
No, it's COVID.
this supposed to be linked with it now.
Well.
This and the vaccine supposed to be linked with that now.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, well.
It got a lot of stuff in it, and it has that mRNA in there to alter your genetics. And it's a low toxin. It's a poison, actually.
Right.
They came out with it. People start talking in the movement about it being a low dose of toxin, and they also have a chip in there. They didn't call it a chip. They call it another word. What's that other word they use? Nanotechnology. That's what they call it, nanotechnology. And
Don't you find it strange? They got so much information out about something that
now they
know nothing about. I'm talking about the vaccine.
Right.
I know
right.
what you mean. I know what you mean.
That they just created in 8 months.
Right, I'm just saying, they already told you what the side effects was going to be. So people already programmed their minds
to
go through that.
Right.
I mean, if we're the gods we're supposed to be and you're vibrating at that frequency,
right.
You're made of everything from Mama. Everything they're using is from Mama. You should be able to balance everything out.
Right. Override it. Right.
Right. So,
you know what?
I mean, that's the whole thing with the bug that they're talking about. A 99.7% recovery rate without a vaccine.
That's something.
So, I mean, why are people even talking about a vaccine? I mean, heart disease still taking people out of the #1 clip.
Right.
Ain't people still dying from other shit?
No, they don't say that. They changed the death certificate and say COVID.
Yeah, don't say that because I don't feel like being messed with. So, Rona.
Oh, God, I forgot.
Yeah, censorship, unfortunately.
The hospital's now $50,000. They're paying them $50,000 to change the certificates.
Okay.
Of death.
All right. Well, we got the article. We got the article. So, but I'm still looking for the article on the Alphabet Boys and the holographic universe, the one that we've been doing this series on. That's the one that in my notes has mysteriously disappeared. So this particular one, this is going to go into this financial system. So YouTube, y'all see it up here. So you see what it says. It says bloodlines of, they're saying the Illuminati. Okay, but we're going to get, even if we want to skip all through this, let me see. Yeah, because they got a bunch of, huh?
Check Messenger. I think that's the right one I sent you.
Okay, I'll check it once I get through this. Can you send it to my email? If it's too much trouble, that's okay.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, y'all. So let's get through this article. I'm trying to get down to the meat. Because I wants to show y'all this money via these corporations. Ooh, child. This thing is moving slow. God damn. Okay. Ooh, so I got to slow down here. He gonna throw. All right, so we're gonna start. Damn it! Oh, bear with me, y'all. Okay. All right, so this is on their page too, but I'm gonna have to jump around because I want to get to the part of the breakdown of these companies. Damn, I must have pulled a whole document because it's still not what I'm looking for. I'll get there. All right, so it's going on, huh?
You know that was the Gateway to Hypnosis program, right?
The Alphabet Boys document that we were reading from, doing the show, basing the series on.
The Gateway process.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to search for it, but literally I have the link in my notes where I just have to click it and it goes to it and it's not loading. So I'm hoping it hasn't been snatched down. Okay. All right. Okay. So long ago, in the dark, unwritten pages of human history, powerful kings discovered they could control other men by torture, magical practices, wars, politics, religion, and interest taking. These elite families designed strategies and tactics to perpetuate their occult practices. Okay, now here's where the conscious community be getting it messed up. And this is why it's important, like I said, to be careful on what titles you are taking on, because people want to lump quote, quote, magical spiritual knowledge and occult knowledge into one group. So meaning, no, the Moors got all of the magic knowledge. No, the Masons got all of the magic knowledge. No, the white Illuminati got all the magic. No, this particular secret society got all the magic. And what everybody is missing, and why they keep getting caught up in spells and placing spells on themselves, is because this is a universal language / energy / mathematics. So you are supposed to be, if you want to study, because everybody learns differently. I can't tell you how to intake and process information. If you've been with us through this series and we go through consciousness, You have to practice that for self, to make those connections to the higher realms, to use this energy, use the universal code to your advantage. Occult just simply means family hidden. And the sad part about it, folks running around here being scarred of these different organizations, or running around here bowing down to other organizations like they all let in a motherfucking bag of chips, when you have the ability to do it yourself. That's all they've done. They've taken the universal code to rule. That's all that was done. And 99% are walking around following the programs that are created for the purpose of folk keeping control, that 1% to keep control. Now, over the break we took, Disney came out with a cartoon called Soul. Now, brother already did a breakdown of it. Shit, I forget that brother's name. He already did a breakdown of it. I haven't even had a chance to see his breakdown of it. But just real high level, they laid out the truth right there in plain sight in that cartoon. It was literally telling you how your consciousness, i.e. soul, is operating in the absolute. And if you have been following us in this series, when we talk about the absolute out of the Alphabet Boys documentation, what the absolute is, they pretty much confirmed everything that not only I've been speaking on for years, but also what's in this Alphabet Boys document, how your soul / consciousness is able to tap into the absolute. Now, the interesting thing about it, the whole premise of the little cartoon was you had these souls that were getting prepared to come to Earth. But before they came to Earth, they had to go to school. Because they were going to school to figure out what their life purpose on Earth was going to be. So I was sitting there like, whoa. So, i.e., your contract, your spiritual contract, what is your purpose in this realm? You have a soul contract that you as a soul, your consciousness created. And when you do not fulfill that, you have to recycle to get it right. So in this little cartoon Soul, they literally even talked about the astral plane, because it was one soul that just could not figure out what their purpose was. They talked about the astral plane. Not talked about, they showed the astral plane. And they had one dude that was a hippie dude. Like, you know, the typical hippie dudes you think of from the 70s and stuff. where blood was still on earth in the physical, but he was able to tap into the astral plane, and he navigated on the astral plane via a ship. Now, this is in the Disney cartoon. This in the Disney cartoon, I lie to you not, called Soul. Go watch it. It's on Disney Plus. Go watch it. They put the shit all in there. So one of the little souls thought he was gonna circumvent the little process, and he tried to play a switcheroo. So tried to do identity theft. And so the guy or the soul that was in charge of the records, I bullshit you not, y'all. I'm not making this up. They done put it up in the cartoon. Was going through the records and was like, oh, hell no, my count is off. He was going through the records and he pulled the file, y'all. And I said, oh, hell to the no. Did they just put in here the Akashic records? Huh? So none of this stuff that any of these groups can claim that they got, quote, quote, such exclusive sacred information. They may have it written in books, but you have it within. You have that ability to get that information. I didn't need Disney Plus to tell me any of that. I didn't even need the Alphabet Boys document that we going over to tell me any of that. I've talked about that shit on my show since I've been on the fucking air. I got it from within. Sure, little reading, don't get me wrong. Little reading, little hitting it up with Brother Bobby Hemmett. I respect his work. But a lot of it I got from within. Specifics. Like the training. Before you come to this plane. And I got that from a fucking ancestor. Who I met on the plane, on the astral plane, that was in class, and I had a discussion with them. I'm like, oh damn, you gotta go to class, don't you? But when you're tapping in with self, you're gonna get those little nuggets, because it's not their shit, family, it's yours. You built these realms with your consciousness. Ain't none of this shit up in here that you cannot control and that you don't control. You're just giving away your power, and quite frankly, to some of you, your responsibility. And one of the most powerful things that the Akashic Records soul, because the Akashic Records soul was pissed. Like, you sitting up here messing up my account. So he had to come to Earth. He didn't take a physical body to come to Earth to try to snatch dude back up that had switched the little identities. So he thought he had got him. And he said, you think that you can cheat the universe? I said, shit. That was the most powerful statement in that little cartoon. The most realest, the truest, because that's what we have going on now. We have a bunch of souls thinking that they can trick the universe. And I keep telling y'all, you can't trick it. You cannot trick the universe. All right, I know I went off on a tangent there, y'all. But check that out. Literally, that little cartoon, they put a lot in there. They wrapped it up very, very nicely. And again, I was just shocked that they actually called it the astral plane. A lot of the stuff they call by name, and if they didn't call by name, if you know occult sciences, you would know what they're talking about. Because a lot of people run around here thinking they know occult sciences when what they know is the doctrine that someone has taught them. Because it's only so much you're going to get from books and you're going to get from videos. You have to get this information through self. You are supposed to be experiencing this realm and fulfilling your soul consciousness contract that you set for yourself. Not for what somebody else done set for you. What you set for yourself. This hologram, i.e. matrix, was created for you to have these experiences. And within the hologram, there are a set of rules that you do have to follow. Or there are said consequences, i.e. karmic debt. And that's okay too. You just have to repeat the shit. And some of you may have written in your soul contract that, yeah, okay, I want to come back during this particular age because I kind of want to learn this, etc., etc. So at the end of the day, that's what this is really about, family. That's why we keep saying it's about you. Okay, so damn, where the hell did I leave off at? Okay, torture men, la 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 la. The occult practices. Okay, where's my cursor so y'all can follow along? Ciao. Okay, I'll keep reading. Come on, cursor. There you are. Layers upon layers of... Damn it, it keeps freezing. Piracy have hidden these families from the profound masses, but many an author has touched upon their existence. I began my research when I began to get firsthand reports from very informed people that an elite group did rule the world. My research into Satan's hierarchy went fast because of my skills as a researcher and because I knew from the beginning from my information about the reality of what I was investigating. Okay, so even be careful, family, when they talk about Satan and all of that, because at the end of the day, it's still titles. You're still dealing with energies and entities that are using the universal energies for manipulation to rule. Because all they're doing is setting themselves up as these powerful energies because they're using the playbook of the universe, the hologram, and have others worship them to keep them in those powerful positions. It's real simple. Oh, thank you, Nuwu. I see. Oh, see, I looked over. I wasn't even looking this way. Yeah, I love y'all. Nope, it still don't load. It don't load for me. Can you bring it up? Because if you can bring it up, that means they're blocking me. But no, it don't load for me. Okay. So basically, that's what they're doing. They're just having folks take their concentrated energy into them. That's what keeps folks stronger. And more importantly, that's throwing you off of your particular soul purpose contract. Or maybe not. Maybe some of you did write in your contract that you want to worship something outside of self. But those of you that are claiming that you are in the conscious community and you know occult sciences, you're not supposed to be on that page. If that's what you're claiming anyway. All right. Okay. So Brother Sean, I don't know if you can see that link in YouTube that Nuwa put. That's the Alphabet Boys document. I still can't bring it up. So see if you could bring it up. Only thing I could possibly think of. I know they made a change. If this is in Flash, that Flash was it's not supported anymore.
It didn't come up in your email?
Oh yeah, I can do that. You sent it to me via email. Okay, I'll try it. Okay, all right, I'll try it that way too. Okay, yeah, let me shut my mouth shut and get to going. Okay, so all right, yeah, he talking about praying, all of that. My investigation led me to read and pray about thousands of books, the quantity of books, newspapers, magazines, and manuscripts and papers, which were read to get me where I am today, number in the many thousands. I do not know how many nights I stayed up studying and finally collapsed. Yeah. Okay, so he's giving some of the books that he's read. One of them is author of Occult Theocracy, author of Two Babylons. Yeah. Okay, so he is saying, trying to skip through this. Yeah. Insight into the 13 bloodlines, but my understanding has been lifted by the countless other investigations. All right, so he's saying in mockery and imitation of God's 12 tribes. Okay, so this is where we start to have problems with y'all. Oh, that link wasn't complete. This is where we start having problems when we get into this. Oh, they changed the page. That's what they're saying. We can't have nothing. When folks start getting into tribes from biblical standpoints, people are really screwing themselves up big time. Even to the point where folks are claiming that their bloodline ties back to these biblical tribes and the folk up in the Bible, and not understanding that the Bible is really many things. Specifically, it really is, it's a book of codes. That's what it is. It's literally a book of codes. It has astrology in there. It has the cult hidden information in there. And some say that genealogy, yep, Brother Sean, that brought it up. Damn, that's a shame I had to go around the corner up the block to get this. But, so that Bible was not supposed to be used literally, like folks are using it literally. And it damn sure ain't supposed to be used for people to be trying to tie back their genealogy. So in other words, if you don't know how to decode, you're getting trapped in spells. Literally. And that's what we keep seeing over and over again. I see the most intelligent people, and I respect them highly. They be on their shit. And then they'll turn around and say, yeah, but my family ties back to Moses. Hold up. What blood? Huh? All right. Okay. So, I'm still really not y'all finding what I'm looking for. So, this particular document, I'm not going to read through it because it's big stuff, but he's going to go through in this document and he's going to talk about these particular tribes, and he's going to talk about like the Egyptians' bloodline and all of that stuff. But it's all, even what they're putting in that Bible with those other tribes, that stuff still lines back to the same stuff that he's criticizing. All right. So he hasn't fully got the picture. Okay. He's got the picture of lining these families up with these occult practices. He's even got the picture of the whole biblical stuff, which is still occult practice. That's the piece he's missing. It's still occult practice. The Bible. That was put together to rule. And folks still to this day, they sit up and refer to it. Even many folks that's quote, quote, in the conscious community. You can barely have a decent conversation without the motherfucking Bible being thrown across your face. And then folks get upset. Oh, you just don't know. Why? Because I won't take that shit as facts. Because I won't take that shit as my identity. Bruh, I'm sorry. Sus, I'm sorry. That's your motherfucking people. I can't tie my mama womb, my grandma womb, my great-great-granny womb back to that. Now, based on my supplemental motherfucking research, if you want to say those characters in the Bible were real, I tie them motherfuckers back to the Anunnaki. Now, if you want to say that they're real, I tie them lords and gods and all of that bullshit as being Anunnaki beings. So now if you want to say you part of that bloodline, hey, that's cool. Do you. But you do realize that bloodline, whether it be the biblical or the Anunnaki or the one and the same bloodline between those two groups, you do realize they were conquerors, right? Yeah, I ain't gonna be able to get this document and it's pissing me off. It ain't working for me. Y'all do realize that they were conquerors. Y'all want to keep brushing past that? The fact that they were conquerors? And they say in their own book that their God told them to go out and take other people's shit? You forget all of that part? If you want to take the book literally now, come on now. If you want to take the motherfucker literally, let's be motherfucking clear. I'm not making that up. I'm reading from your family member book. Your Hebrews, starts with a J, ends with the S. I'm taking from your family members' books that they were conquerors. Because they said their God told them they had the right to go take other people's shit. So that meant their God didn't own it, didn't it? Because if you own something, why would you have to tell your people to go and be gangland style on someone? So if you want to use the book, let's talk about it. If that's your people, them, that means your people, them, took other people's shit. And if those are your people and they took other people's shit, how come you're not benefiting from it? Now, please explain to me if my logic is off. And I'm specifically talking to melanated people. You say you the Hebrews. You say you the capital J, ends with an S. Your people were conquerors. Your God is a conqueror. Your God told you to go around and take other people's shit. So if that's your God, that's your lineage, how come you are not benefiting from it? See, these are the things that we, the ancient ones, we're not here for that bullshit. We're not here for it. You can't make it make sense because it doesn't make sense. So you can't tell it and mix truths. If that's your people, rock with it all the way. But don't slice and dice the bullshit. Alright, so y'all, I'm going to have to get back on that Paysora stuff next week. I still magically cannot find my documentation. Because what I wanted to show you in that document, again, was how all of these corporations that folks are running around thinking that these powerful families, we talk about the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, them, Wooda. Y'all thinking that they are the ones that run this shit, and they don't. Because that document showed where there is a group that is hidden, and I still believe even that group isn't the one running things. The Paysors. And shout out to Brother 832, because he was the one that put us up on game. And you will have a hell of a time trying to find information on them. So the document that I did dig up, it linked all of the industry. I mean, every piece of industry that you can possibly think of, where the Paysuers hired the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and them. And that Payseur, you know, Payseur, French, hired them to run the companies. And so all of the wealth that you think that these people have, they still only have a fraction, because the rest of the wealth rolls up to that holding company, Payseur. And again, you have a hell of a time. I only found one thing on them. And as you can see, I'm struggling at one thing that I found to pull it up again. That's the only document I found out there that broke down the rollout of that wealth. And that document came out in the 80s. So I'm saying all of this to say, to try to get you all to see what the real deal is really about. If you know these people's name, that means they really ain't running stuff. This shit is not hard. They're really not the true people that's running stuff. They answer to someone. So all of this shit is connected. But at the end of the day, like I keep telling y'all, the source of power is not with those people. It's with you and your consciousness. And they sitting back chilling, harnessing all of the little energy, making it work for them. Harnessing your energy, making it work for them. Because everybody is looking outside of self. Because most don't know what their soul purpose is. Most don't know what their soul purpose is. And I could tell the ones who do know what their soul purpose is. Because they're the ones that beat to their own drum. They don't need nobody to, be in no clique with them. They don't give a fuck if you like them. None of that. They beat to their own drum. They don't need no group. They don't need none of that. If they move in silence. They don't have to jump on social media to tell you what they moves are. None of that. Because they know what their sole purpose is. All right. So I'm trying to find a new one. I don't see it yet, sweetie. Oh, wait a minute. They changed it. All of these platforms. Okay, so yeah, I'll have to bring that document for y'all next week, family. I hope I can find it, because it took me a while to find it. But and I read it on the air before, but I wanted to be able to show it to you, so you could literally see the breakdown of the railroads, any type of industry y'all can think of, banking. They even was naming the companies, y'all. I mean, the heavy hitting companies. None of those CEOs or the folks that they claim are founders own that shit. They only got a percentage of the holdings. They only got a percentage of the holdings. So y'all know how wealthy they say those other folks are. Those 13 families. They're not the wealthiest. So does that tell you how much wealth is really out there? Does that tell you how much wealth is really being generated? And let's be clear, wealth equals energy. That's deep to me personally. It would be all the way up. They talk about the hidden hand. That's really a true statement. It really is. And folks worried about the 13 bloodlines, the 1% that they show you. And I'm telling you, they really don't even run stuff. They answer to someone. So if you don't even know who's running stuff, number one, most folks are even just afraid to use their energy. And when I say use your energy, your consciousness, to change shit, to even tackle the 13 bloodlines, most folks afraid of that. So how in the fuck you gonna tackle the one that is really running stuff? And folks are afraid because they're still in the physical. Folks still think that you have to build an army, get a nation, all of this long motherfucking list of stuff, when you can just simply not give them your motherfucking power and create and program through your consciousness what you want. And we've gone over this before. If you cannot generate shit on your own through your consciousness, so through your consciousness, you're thinking it, you see it as clear as day exactly what you want in your consciousness. That's building it in the spiritual realm. You've just created that. And then it comes into the physical. We literally read this motherfucking shit up into the Alphabet Boys document. And thank you, Brother Newell. Thank you, Brother Sean. I got it. I got the document up. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. That's some bullshit, y'all. That it my shithead got corrupted. So I got it up. I'm finna to bring it up. So I'm going to bring that Pay-Sewer stuff to y'all. I'm going to find that document. Next week, we're going to go over it because I want you all to see it with your eyes. See it with your eyes because I want folks to start entering understanding not so much how deep it is, but what you need to be concentrating on. And who you even, when you given the power to the little, the motherfucking 13 people, that still ain't even the right source. Literally. That's why people can't move stuff. The number one, they not concentrating on it. It's all about what they gonna do to you, what they are gonna do to. And the more you say that, the more you think that you really making the shit happen your goddamn self. You're literally bringing that shit into existence. When what you should be concentrating on is what the fuck you want. That's what you should be concentrating on. So I got the little document up. So y'all see it. Go get it, y'all. Download it. As you can see, thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you, Brother Nuwu. They had to re-get it for a sister. Now this is our 12th show. Ain't this our 12th show on this? Yeah. And all of a sudden, my shit becomes corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. So obviously it's something to it. Why the fuck they concerned about this little YouTuber with a couple of thousand subscribers? I'll wait. Because I told you all where the power is. This is where the power is. So, this is the documentation. Analysis and assessment of gateway process. You see who this is put together this study. Department of the Army. They put together the results of this study back in 93. They didn't release the shit until 2003. All right, so we left off on 28, but for those of you that are just joining us, you can certainly go back to the beginning episodes. That's why it's taken us 12 shows, because we literally stepped through this MF point by point. And when I tell you they lay it all out here, it's all out here. And if you read this document or, listen to the shows, and then you go watch them cartoon Soul, they put it in a cartoon too. So this is their form of disclosure. This is their form of disclosure. So, as you can see, they talk about hypnosis. They talk about transcendental meditation. And they tell you when you are in the process of meditating, which part of your brain that's processing it, how it's being processed. I'm going through it. Come on, that document. Come on, system. It ain't you, document. Work with the sister here, system. So y'all need to get this document. Come on, system, now. I'm not in the mood. We on 28. We was all still blown away, y'all, that this stuff is all in here. My screen is frozen, so that's what's taking me so long. Come on. Come on, catch up, system. Ciao. As I'm trying to get this to scroll, it also talks in this document about how you can use your consciousness to even heal your body. It also talks in this document. Now, y'all saw who put this out. Now, y'all saw who this study is for. Okay, so also gets into frequency. Those that talk, that are on the quote spiritual side, you hear us all the time talk about raising your frequency, raising your frequency. If you are vibrating high, which vibration and frequency mean the same thing, then no low-level entities are able to touch you. So there's nothing for you to be afraid of. Now, we've been saying that for years. They straight up tells you in this document. All right. Okay, let me see where we land. I'm trying to get to 28. Holograms. Oh, the paragraph before holograms. They talk about the actual frequency or a vibratory rate of Mother Earth. They tell you that. And they even tell you, come on thing, shit, y'all see how it's jumping on me. They even tell you how, I think they said it's at 7.8 hertz, Mother Earth's frequency. And so they track Mother Earth's frequency very closely. They call it Schumann resonance. So when you hear them talk about Schumann resonance, they're talking about Mother Earth's frequency. And they even get so deep in this document that they tell you, at a minimum, in order for you to reach the higher gateways, you have to, at a minimum, be in tune or tap into Mother Earth's frequency. That's at a minimum, family. That's at a minimum. And as I was sharing with you all that what the whole New Age stuff is about, what the whole Aquarian age is about, is that we have ended a cycle, which is the Pisces, which is, for those of you that are into the biblical stuff, ain't Jesus, Yahshua, Jehovah associated with the fish? See, I told y'all that Bible ain't what y'all think. That was describing an age. That was describing the Pisces age. And they gave you a Messiah. That's why Jesus, Jehovah, Yahshua is represented by the fish, the Piscean age. So the Aquarian age, we were leaving out of the Pisces age into the Aquarian age. So that's when everybody was talking about the new age, the fifth dimension, your higher consciousness, your Christ energy. That's what they were talking about. So they're talking about you utilizing your frequencies to tap into your pineal gland, to access your crown chakra, to get to the absolute, the true power. And the only way you can do that through self. You can't ride the coattails of another entity. That's why people got stuck with the whole Jesus stuff. Because they were putting it all in an entity. And a made up facade entity at that. That's why they could never achieve anything. So even the whole concept of Messiahism, that shit is dead. So even if you're still on that, you behind. You already behind. Because you know what? You have not reached your pineal gland. And where most people are getting stuck, people that are married to the doctrine, people that just got to hold on to the doctrine. And don't think that I'm just sitting up here picking on Christians and Muslims and all that. I'm finna get on you conscious motherfuckers. Because y'all holding on to a lot of goddamn doctrine. You're stuck in your heart chakra. Anytime information is put before you, and it's truly logical information, it's truthful information, but you still like, fuck all that. This what my doctrine say. You get upset, you want to cuss people out. Oh, you an ignorant motherfucker, all of that. You're stuck in the heart chakra. The heart chakra is the midpoint between lower and higher self. So meaning, yes, you have gained some knowledge, but you're stuck. You can't break past that middle point into the higher realms. And those of you that are in these secret societies, you getting these doggone degrees, and you thinking you the shizit. The 33rd, boo, is at the base of the skull. The Abdullah Oblongata. So yeah, you've gotten past the heart chakra. You made it to the throat, but you still ain't tapped that pineal to get to that crown. Because you're still under a degree. You're still answering to something. All right? All right. So, they talk about frequency in here. Okay, come on, work with me, document. Okay, they also talk about in here holograms, which fucked us all the way up, y'all. It fucked us up. We was shocked. They went in detail. They did a couple of paragraphs, y'all, on holograms. They went so deep into hologram. First of all, they admitted that we live in a holographic universe. They admitted up in this document, we live in a hologram universe. They also literally studied where they had their patients who were being studied as they were doing transcendental meditation, and they asked them to focus on creating something through thought. And they used, I don't know if it was lasers or infrared light. And do you know, they were able to pick up that holograph of that person creating through thought, through their consciousness. So when we talk about you creating stuff through your consciousness, and it happens in the spiritual realm first, and then it is brought into fruition to the physical, i.e. the hologram, that's what we mean. And before, we could only just talk about it through experience, where you vividly create something through your thoughts. When you lay down and go to sleep and you're vividly dreaming, which that is the astral plane, by the way, and you're creating, and then next thing you know, what you imagined comes into the physical. They literally were able to document that process. And then they went so far as to, which fucked me all the way up, they had the person, I don't know how many people in the little study they had do this. They had them in the process of creating something, and then they interrupted them into the creation process. And they were able to, either through lasers or infrared light, I don't know how they did, it was one or the two. They were able, because they interrupted that process, they saw the process shatter. So they saw the hologram shatter. And now here's the fucked up part about, not the fucked up part about it, the beautiful part about it. The beautiful part about it. When they zoomed in on those shattered fragment pieces, guess what they found? They found those little bitty shattered pieces were indeed the creation that the person was thinking of. That's how powerful you are. That's the power that you are not harnessing. Because if you harnessing that, how the fuck you got time to be worried about Trump, Stomp, Q, Elemental, P, them? Because you can literally create the entire hologram the way you want it to fucking be. And you can create them bitches out of existence. Now, when I talk, that's what I'm fucking on. All this other bullshit, that's why I say I don't give a fuck about none of it. Because this is the true power. While majority are worried about what they doing, they trying to do what you naturally have the fucking access to do. And trying to hope that you don't tap into this information. Because when you tap into it and use it, you can literally create them, and I'm using quotations, you can't see me, out of fucking existence. So anything outside of that, what are you really doing? Because this is the true power. All right, so that's holograms. Again, they go into consciousness and energy. We get into it, y'all. I'm just giving a high level. Just giving a high level overview. But yeah, we went into this point by point. That's why it's taken us 12 shows to get to it. Get through this document. That's how deep this all is, because I still cannot believe they put it in there. They tell you exactly what you need to do. That's why my mouth motherfucker flew open. You see, they talk about number 14, the consciousness matrix. It's all here. All right, we getting there. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, they even go into how your consciousness is ran, and they on this particular section, they were telling you how the Matrix, when they talk about the Matrix and the grid, and they talked about the movie The Matrix, and they talk about the 1 and the 0 and the binary code, and the 1 and the 0 runs the computers, etc., etc. Because the 1 and the 0, that's the base of mathematics. All right? And also mathematics are the angles of light or the geometric shapes. Okay? So they kind of talk about here how as you're thinking or your consciousness, how you process information, how it comes into your hemisphere brain, and you're making the conscious decision whether or not to accept information or reject information. Okay, and it literally says here, acts like the mind's computer software to reduce input from the right hemisphere to verbal symbols and concepts. Because you, as that pure, universal soul consciousness, you really operate on energy. And in order for you to come into the physical, you have to manipulate light to come into the physical. They even get into it here. Oh, guess what they showed in Soul, Sis Sandra and Brother Sean? It tripped me the motherfucker out, baby. They showed the creation process of the physical. I'm finna bring that diagram up. They showed that shit, y'all. Let me get to it. All right, y'all see where they go into time, space, dimension? They admitted that you can time travel. Okay, let me get to the part where they showed. Okay, so this is the absolute, y'all. So in the cartoon Soul, if you watch it, this is where the soul consciousness were in the absolute. Okay, so they're showing you here where that if you click out, you are time traveling. You have the ability to defy time and space. They call it the click out in here. Okay, so you see this wave that represents the frequency energy. So in Mother Earth's Schumann resonance, you have a Schumann resonance. But the true power is here in the absolutes. That's where the true power is, that you have access to. But you only have it through the gateway to connect here is your crown chakra. And we talked about this before. Your crown chakra, you physically can find it. That's the soft spot in your head. I know this shit is deep. So your soul can go through that crown chakra to astral plane. So that's here. Astral plane, defying time, space, and then to the absolute. Okay. And when I talked about that crown chakra, I said, it made me think about when newborns are born, and mothers, you know this. I know for melanated mothers. We protect that baby's crown. We protect that baby's soft spot. We don't motherfucking play that. We will lay you the fuck out. Because it aren't newborns. That soft spot is pretty big, right? And it would make sense for it to be pretty big. Because that's a new, well, they could be an old soul, but that's a soul coming fresh back up into the realm. So in other words, entering that vessel. And that's why them babies can jump to this absolute quite clear, easily. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Isn't that where Vern, I think that was her name, used to talk about the walk-ins or the jump-ins or something like that, where the baby is, at the time of conception, a spirit jumps into it.
I don't know who Vern is, so I can't. Yeah, I don't know who Vern is.
I think the name is Florburn. I think it's Florburn.
Oh, Florburn. Okay, Flor. I don't listen to all the sisters stuff, but yeah, but they literally show you that in a Soul cartoon.
That's when you jump into the flesh that's created for you. But you have a choice, and that's that school stuff, right, that you're talking about?
Exactly. That's the school stuff. Yep. Exactly. That's the school stuff.
So they have a choice to choose. Yeah, they have a choice to choose what experience they want to take.
Absolutely. That's what I was saying about the soul contracts.
Yeah, the soul contract. You make that choice.
Yep. Okay, so we getting there, y'all. So I'm on 24. Okay.
That was Foreborn or somewhere her name is called.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So since I don't know if you by your computer you can see the little YouTube screen. Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Y'all remember we talked about this, that all of the black and white, the little fuzzy stuff, that's the absolute. And you could say this is the gateway, but it's the cosmic egg and that jet of matter that is this little jet creates the matter. They showed this exact image in that motherfucking Soul cartoon. Baby, I was done. Do you hear me? They showed the souls
like a fetal egg.
Exactly, because it talked about the cosmic egg. So they show when the souls agreed to their motherfucking assignment, they jumped out of the absolute and they were going towards this image. My fucking mouth dropped. I said, oh my goodness, they have put everything in here.
That's the egg and the sperm looks like it. You know, the long tail is the one that's going into the egg to fertilize it.
It's not going into the egg. The egg is there. It's coming out to create the matter.
It's always coming out. The jet of matter is coming out. Oh, the matter is the black stuff. But what I'm saying, it looks like the egg and the sperm in real life. That's what it looks like.
It does. It does. But yeah, it talks about the black hole or the absolute. But you don't have to guess. Read the document. It tells you. Because it says layered over this cosmic egg is the absolute. So this is the black and white fuzzy things. That's the motherfucking absolute.
What's the
So when they talking about these black holes, this is what they're talking about. All right. Okay, so they just they're showing you once again. See, they're showing you again the black hole or the nucleus. And they're showing you how
black hole.
yeah, it's in the document. And we talked about it on previous shows. And then it's just showing you how that spark or angle of light comes through to get into the hologram. And it's showing you the direction. Where's my damn cursor? See that direction of time, space, evolution. It's showing you. These are the gateways. You see that? Point where flow of time, space turns towards the opposite pole. And then in the next one, they show you the torus field. Okay, which each one of you, as a divine being, you have this field around you. Some call it the Merkaba.
Okay.
And literally, when folks show you the Merkaba, they usually show you one pyramid and then the inverted pyramid. But what most people get hung up on, that spins. That spins. And it creates this. And what do you see within that? You see the spin, and that looks also like the DNA, right? Okay, so let's keep going.
It also looks like that prophecy thing.
Huh?
You jump into where you want to be. I mean, it's like that, the prophecy where it's spiral. That's a spiral. And on that point, anywhere you can tell where you've been, where you're going, and the whole thing, if it's spiral instead of rounded or flat.
I'm not sure I'm following you, but that's okay. That's okay.
No, well, see, prophecy. Remember we talked about prophecy? I talked about prophecy. It's not a line. It's a spiral.
Oh, yeah.
You can look anywhere and see a 360 on that spiral like that. So maybe that's where you get the point where you can jump in because you see where you're jumping into.
Well, I don't know about that. I do know that you are that spiral.
Right, and you can jump off that spiral into wherever you want to go.
But why would you want to jump off it if you're the spiral?
Well, you want to because the spiral is always continuous. Remember, because life is always continuous, just like the 8 of infinity. So the spiral is the same, and we are infinite individuals. So when we leave here, we would jump right back onto the spiral we came off of.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I get you. Okay.
We always exiting.
Yes. And Mikey G13 says, look like the flat earth model of the ancestors. Fire, Mikey. Facts. That's exactly what it is. Jacob's ladder. Facts. I'm born here.
Yeah, you go back and forth.
Yes,
exactly
Macedon, spiral in your hair. Facts. Yes, home of the brave. 9 ether hair. Facts. Absolutely. Tanari, energy doesn't die. It transfers. Facts. All right, so let me bring up this next one.
Back and forth.
They're showing you, folks talk about this whole, these galactic poles and all of that. And they're just showing you again a torus field. And I know y'all would get it because thank you, the brother that said, the ancestors, model of the earth. Absolutely. Because I told y'all, Mama Earth's heartbeat or vibration, Schumann resonance. So she has a torus field. Okay, so you see here, they're talking about gateways and all of that. Okay.
Galactic north, galactic south. So that's the galaxy. So that's what they refer to as the galaxy.
Right. Damn it. Hold on, y'all. Thank you, sis, for bringing that up. Let me bring up the little picture. Thank you, sis. You see what the fuck I'm saying? I ain't say that. You see what the fuck she's saying? I can't take credit for your stuff. Shit. Exactly. But they want to sit up here and tell you all of this dun 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 bum 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 bum, all that bullshit, billions and trillions and millions and zillions.
Our galaxy.
When it's energy fields that you're supposed to use your light body, your soul consciousness body, to move through these gateways.
Through the galaxy.
So y'all see that shit? Thank you for pointing that out, sis. They literally tell you galactic north, galactic south, our galaxy. So this right here is representing the physical realm.
For here.
Exactly.
So that means you can go elsewhere.
Absolutely. Well, when you astral travel, i.e., when you go to sleep and you're dreaming vividly, you are leaving. You're leaving here.
Exactly. And when you die.
Exactly.
Hot dog.
Exactly. And so this is just showing you in this hologram, let's be clear, this is showing you just in this hologram how your soul is cycling in this particular hologram.
See, and the arrows show you the portal entries?
Right. Well, the arrows are showing you the path that you can take. But these are the portals. So that's a portal. That's a portal. This is the absolute.
Where's your cursor?
This is the gateway. Oh, shit. I'm just showing y'all. God doggone it. Hold on. I'm just showing. Let me try to get it together on the screen. Just a second. Can I bring this up? How come I can't?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Right
yeah.
there.
Okay. Thank you, sis. Because I'm like, why she ain't seeing this? Okay. So this the portal.
The white hole.
So let me see if I do this. Shrink this down. Damn, that might make it worse.
Egg. It would be the egg. Oh my goodness.
Right. That's why they call it the well, actually, let me see how it's going to show up for y'all, because I was trying to get y'all to see the whole thing. Let me see, because it's a little delay. Come on, work with me. So I'm trying to get y'all to see the whole thing. Just a second. Let me move my... Oh, I see why. Okay, let it catch up. They make this so big, I can't even get the whole thing on here. This is the best I can do. Okay, so up here, so this whole thing is one big cosmic egg, but you have eggs within this egg. Because up at the top where it says Galactic North, and then it has a Galactic South, but in between that, as you pointed out, sis, that's the physical realm, because they said our galaxy. Okay, so that physical realm represents Mother Earth, but you can even see that that's a cosmic egg. You see that that's a cosmic egg. But what the souls are doing when you're cycling or recycling into the realm, you're hitting these big gateways. And so here, when we get to where it has the Taurus, okay, so all this is just showing you that because of the spin of this, which they're calling the black hole, which is the absolute, that's creating the Taurus field. But that's showing you that that's the gateway for the souls to get here to become physical. You see it? They literally motherfucking lay it out for you. Thank you, alphabet boys. They fucking laying it out for you. So they showing you that your spiritual energy is coming through. Boom. Coming here.
I can't see where you're at. You're at the bottom.
I don't know why it's not showing. Okay. Okay, you should be able to see me now.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, yeah. I'm here. So this is you coming through, getting all the information you need to get that spiritual connecting the spiritual up with the physical, and you do dang lang lang lang. Then you have to go through this gateway.
That looks like a butterfly.
That too.
Looks just like a butterfly.
That too. So when you coming through this gateway, then that's when you getting the physical body and being born.
Wow.
Yeah. They laying the shit all out. They laying it all out. So if y'all go see,
They call it a nucleus.
Yeah, it's all there.
Yeah, that's something. You know, because every egg has a nucleus. Or
Yeah.
every atom has a nucleus.
Yeah, it's there. So let me move this document again. This is so y'all can see it on YouTube.
I wonder if you would be the atom.
But you're not the atom until you pass through that absolute gateway. So that black hole.
So that's when you start getting your physical part.
Exactly.
Pass through there.
Exactly.
Because the atom spins.
Exactly.
You know.
So it's spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning, and then it's making it to that portal or gateway, which is here. That's Earth. When you see, because they tell you, they say our galaxy. They tell you Galactic North, Galactic South. So your atoms at that point, and then you're going through Mama Earth. So Mama Earth letting you come through. She's birthing you. And then you find the mitochondriac egg to house in.
The female
Yeah.
birther. Oh, wow.
Yeah. And speaking of, I know I probably hurt some feelings. Certainly wasn't put there to hurt feelings. I've been holding that information for 2 years. I did a show a couple days ago where I talked about the extinction of the Y chromosome.
Saw that posty, but I didn't look at it.
Yeah, so the full episode is on the other platform, Anchor FM. You can get to the link on the YouTube where we break down the DNA, the XX, and the YY. Okay, so it was really, really interesting information. I put it out at this time frame for a purpose because this is the right frequency to put it out. Certainly not to hurt feelings or to, go on any supremacy tip. It's time for that information to be released. So if you are sensitive about the dominance of the XX chromosome, don't even bother listening because it's not going to resonate with you. But if you want to start unlocking stuff, I would recommend it because it's deep. It's extremely, extremely deep. And then Brother Sean sent me the next day another sister's video where she laid out some heavy stuff. She pretty much backed up what I was talking about from a scientific perspective and spiritual perspective. And she talks about how the XX and XY, because of their interaction and how they are not in the natural order of things, why everything is so fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, so let's keep going. We left off on, I had wrote it down. I had gateway method. That's what y'all had in y'all notes. Or did we get past that? No, we on advanced techniques 30. Ooh, see how the spirit worked? It jumped right to it. All right. So we're going to go to advanced techniques. Having reached focus 10, the participant is now ready to endeavor to achieve a state of sufficiently expanded awareness to begin actually interacting with dimensions beyond those associated with his experience of physical reality. This state is called Focus 12 and involves conscious efforts on his part while additional forms of pink and white noise. All right? I'll back up. Let's back up so we can remember what they was talking about with the pink and white noise.
That's the frequencies.
Let's see how far we got to go back. Let's just start at the gateway process. Come on.
White noise.
Because I remember it, but I don't want to force y'all to try to remember it. We'll just read it. Okay, let's see how far I want to go back. I might have to go back one more. Okay, I'll go back one more. Okay, so as y'all can see, it's a lot in this document. So go on and download it, family. A sister done down. This the second time I done had to download it. So shout out and thank you. We're going to start at the quality, the consciousness and perspective. Having ascertained that human consciousness is able to separate from physical reality and interact with other intelligence and other dimensions within the universe, and that it is both eternal and destined for ultimate return to the absolute. We are faced with the question, so what happens then? Since memory is a function of consciousness and therefore enjoys the same eternal character as the consciousness which accounts for its existence, it must be admitted that when consciousness returns to the absolute, it brings with it all its memories it has accumulated through experiences in reality. What? Huh? Hold up. Wait a minute. So you means to tell me when I leaves up out of this motherfucker in the physical, I take the memories back to the absolute? Absolutely, you do take your memories back to the absolute.
That's like those out-of-body people who died, and they could tell you what
that's we not only that. I'm talking when you check out. When you then cut the spiritual cord and the spiritual umbilical cord to this matrix and you go back to the absolute. If y'all saw that Soul cartoon, you in the absolute, you take your memories with you. Why do you think you have to go to school? So when you go back up there,
why do you think you would?
They pull up the Akashic records, or I say you pull up the Akashic records. Pull up your motherfucking file, your contract, your spiritual contract that you wrote. Let's be clear. Ain't nobody condemned you to a goddamn thing. You wrote. You go through that motherfucker and say, did I fulfill that? And you still got your memories. So you able to look over your own records and determine whether or not you fulfilled it. And if you didn't fulfill that motherfucker, you say, damn, let me get my rag glass in this school. Now they showed you that in soul. I saw it in the spiritual realm. Because one of my ancestors had to set their ass up in the school. And when I went and visited them, they didn't even have to tell me. I saw you had to go to school. Yeah, I sure did.
So that's when you see souls that are lost because they can't get back through the gateway.
That cartoon soul shows you lost souls. But yeah, you kind of right in a sense, sis. You kind of right. But they're lost because they cannot find their purpose. That's why they was lost. But they even talk about that in the motherfucking cartoon, in the Soul cartoon, y'all. I'm telling you, y'all, my motherfucking mouth dropped. So literally, they have went through the classes. And they still just, it didn't click. It didn't click. They could not click to what their purpose is.
But then you have souls who enjoy being there and just to visit here.
Enjoy being where? Enjoy being where?
Being here in this galaxy and this
and the cartoon discussed that. The cartoon does discuss that. Obviously, motherfuckers do, because they keep kicking it and coming back, and that's their right. That's why I say to you all, if you want to experience being on top, ruling over somebody, do you, boo? You gonna recycle back. But just enter and understand that that's what's going to happen.
But what I'm talking about is that you see ancestors that come back and talk to you and have a good time, and then they go back.
Oh yeah.
I had ancestors.
Oh, absolutely. Yep. You know what I'm saying, sis? They either come back and talk to you, or you come and visit them. Cause I sure visit my ancestors. I only know of a couple that were truly kicking it. And one of my aunts, I hung out with her and we kicked it so motherfucking hard. I was like, well, shit, I don't want to come back. But I knew I had to come back. I hadn't fulfilled my contract. I mean, we kicked it. She was chilling like a motherfucker. Yeah. She wasn't in no school. She wasn't making no preparations to come back. None of that. But yet the other relatives, the one that was in school, and he knew that I knew that he was in school. That's why we connected and was sitting down at the motherfucking table talking and all. I said, yeah, you in school, aren't you? The other relatives were stuck on an astral plane.
Yeah.
Because they hadn't resolved certain things. And they had discussed those specific certain things with me. And I brought it back to my mom, and she turned around and fucking looked at me. I said, yeah, what was Auntie such and so talking about such and so? She said, how'd you know that? I said, yeah, because I had a dream and I was discussing it with her. And she broke the story down to me. I'm like, I'll be goddamn. So they were stuck on the astral plane. But in the soul cartoon, they talk about that.
Yeah, I've seen some stuck, and they take what you've done here.
You don't lose the memories.
You're an alcoholic. Don't lose the memory. If you're an alcoholic here, you'll be an alcoholic there. You never change.
That's why you have to go to school. Yeah, you can change. You got to take your ass back to school. First of all, you look over your contract.
You have to learn.
Let's back it up. You look over your contract, i.e. your Akashic records, with your memories. That's what they talking about, that book of life. It's really the Akashic records, your motherfucking contract. So you pull that bitch up. Exactly. Oh, wait a minute. I was supposed to be teaching. Damn, I didn't teach. I didn't ground myself. Instead, I was fucking hoes instead. Damn.
Well, I remember a professor who wrote a book, and I have this book in here somewhere, where he had died, and he went all through the atmosphere or the astral planing, and he went to bars, he was just running around, and he got there in 2 seconds because they travel really, the spin is so fast you don't even know you're moving. And he talked about that he could see people, real people, in bars drinking, and then he could see spiritual people or the soul of others who had died, who was trying to still drink in the astral.
And they show you that in the soul cartoon. They show you. Because one of the souls who couldn't find his purpose was trying to eat. And they couldn't eat that motherfucking food. I was rolling. They show you that in the little cartoon. But somebody said, damn, where is it? Somebody said, I saw it, that I didn't have a dream, I had a vision. Yeah, I knew exactly what it was, but I was talking to my mom. Sis Flame. I was talking to my mom, so I had to put it in the terms that she understood. I know exactly what was going on, but I had to put it in the terms that she understood. She was just fucked up, like, how you get that information? You was a baby, that didn't concern you. I never talked about it. I know your aunts didn't talk to you about it. Well, I'm telling you, Auntie so-and-so told me that Auntie so-and-so was pissed at her. I don't know what she was pissed at her about. And my mom told me exactly what it was. I said, oh, well, shit, yeah, I can see that.
They call them familiar spirits in the Christian world. But when I was a kid, or a young girl, as a matter of fact, a young adult, I lost relatives. And I had the ability to go see where they went. And I could tell you exactly where they went. And a lot of them were in that dark place where they were fighting themselves or fighting nothing because they didn't do what they were supposed to.
And they show you that in the Soul cartoon.
Enjoying.
You hear me? They show you that dark room in the Soul cartoon.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's all there. Okay, let me try to get here. Okay, so 26. Consciousness. Oh, wait a minute. Did I skip something? Okay, by reflecting on this model, it becomes possible to see the human consciousness brought to a sufficiently ultra-focused state could attain information concerning the past, the present, and future. Isn't that time traveling, y'all? Since they all exist in the universal hologram simultaneously in the case of the future, because all of the consequences of the past and the present can be seen coming together in the hologram such that the future can be predicted or seen with total accuracy. You have the ability.
That's the spiral.
Right, and it's also it's showing you, remember that torus field, that big old torus field that I showed you, and it was showing you our particular galaxy, and it said the north and the south, and it showed the other little ovum, which was Mama Earth. When you come out of that and you're in the bigger egg, that's what they're talking about. That's when you can do the click out and you're defying time, space, dimension, and you can go to the past and look at the future. That's what they're talking about. And you can get that through your consciousness. So that's within the universe torus field. But yes, sis, you do use your torus field, your energy, through your consciousness to tap into that. Okay, but I was just trying to put that back into perspective to get you all to see the big picture that they showed us. Okay, all right, so at the same time, oh shit, where did I go? Okay, all right. Okay, you can see they exist in a universal hologram simultaneously. Okay, so basically, they're telling you if the past, the present, and the future are happening simultaneously in this hologram, what the fuck does time mean? And I am going to drop a podcast on time. Okay? They just gave you a jewel right there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
But if you noticed on that diagram, the motions were clockwise and counterclockwise simultaneously.
Sure was.
So that means that you have to be well balanced.
You have to know how to spin
in order to make that happen.
Right. You have to know how to spin, because you get that spin with the clockwise and counterclockwise motion, right? So you get the quote, quote, balance. In order to spin, you have to have the balance. So once you get the balance,
The control, yeah.
exactly, sis, you can get the control to spin. because it's the real power. It's not so much in the balance. That is a one of the foundation, but the power is in the spin. Because the spin is the wholeness. So when people say wholeness and balance, that's what they're talking about. And a lot of conscious people, they talk about the balance, the yin and the yang, and I say, but it's wholeness. You want that spin.
Hey,
Yes, you want to know how to balance.
does that mean
Huh?
wholeness and power? Remember, Brother Sean says that all the time.
Absolutely.
When you have control, you have the power.
Exactly. So it's like, babies, when babies are trying to walk, when do they really learn how to walk? When they can motherfucking learn how to balance, right? Don't they have to learn how to balance? And then they start walking.
Right.
And then when they little ass, them goddamn terrorist toddlers, once they get that balance and them little legs get to going, them motherfuckers be gone. So that's their quote, quote, spin per se. So that's the wholeness. It's the spin. Wholeness and power. Okay, because I know some people always want to tell the yin and the yang and the yin, because I'm going to tell you the diagrams, all of them diagrams that they showed you talking about the Taurus spin, they didn't just say balance for the power. Matter of fact, they skipped past the balance. They told you that they're telling you what the power is. It's the spin. That's where the power is. That's where the part that people be forgetting. Folks want to talk about the inverted pyramid. Yeah, because I got the inverted pyramid. So, and when we say inverted, we mean the two pyramids connected. The one up, the one down. So they're making a Star of David. But motherfucker, do you realize you got to spin that bitch? Do you know that? You got to spin it so fast that it turns into a torus field. All right. So let me try to get through this. All right. Okay. They exist in a universal hologram simultaneously in the case of the future, because all of the consequences of the past and the present can be seen coming together in the hologram, such that the future can be predicted or seen with total accuracy. Moreover, it is possible to see that the implosion of energy patterns would cross and recross to create an incredibly complex four-dimensional hologram or torus in spiral shapes in reflection of the multi-dimensional developing pattern of evolution. All of the movements of the energies which comprise the universe leave their mark and hence tell their story throughout time. All right, quality of consciousness. We noted earlier that the out-of-body state involves projection of a major portion of the energy pattern that represents human consciousness so that it may move either freely throughout the terrestrial sphere for purposes of information acquisition or into other dimensions outside of time, space. Perhaps to interact with other forms of consciousness within the universe. Consciousness is the organizing and sustaining principles that provides the impetus, or I may not be pronouncing it right, so forgive me, and guidance to bring and keep energies in motion within a given set of parameters so that a specific reality will occur. When consciousness reaches a state of sophistication in which it can perceive itself, its own hologram, it reaches the point of cognition rather. Human beings have this form of elevated consciousness, as do the absolute, but in case of the latter, it is a function of energy and its associated quality of consciousness in infinity, omniscience, and omnipotence in perceptual unity. So with all that motherfucking fancy saying, basically it's telling you that you have the ability to create your own hologram, i.e. your own reality. And like I said, and I continue to say, you have the ability to create the world you want to live in. This is where the true power is. When energy returns to a state, I'm sorry, sis, you got something?
So when a psychic, take a psychic, she can get in everybody's business, or he can get in everybody's business. So what they have is a spin. They get out of their consciousness and go and see the past, the present,
exactly,
the future of anybody they want.
Exactly.
Anybody they want.
Perfect, sis. God doggone, that was beautiful. Exactly. The true quote quote psychics. But they're no more psychic than you.
They're no more psychic than we are. And they just know how to control the power.
Exactly. They just know how to tap into the universal / hologram to access the information. That's all. But the important part of that is you shouldn't even need them to do that. Because matter of fact, I'm so cold with it. Bitch, you ain't finna access mine unless I want you to access it.
Well, people, but see, we've been taught that this is a material, concrete world.
Absolutely.
And when you get that idea in your head, you don't venture into the astral plane. You don't even dream. You don't do nothing. You just live.
Right. So then when folks die, what we call the physical death, and you go back to the absolute, and then you have to pull up your motherfucking records, i.e. contract, i.e. Merkabah, you like, God damn, I just went down there and just worked a 9 to 5, bullshitted off this, that, and the third, chased men, chased women, whatever the case may be, but I was supposed to be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So then that's when you have to go back to school. And then some people get, not people, because we're not in people at this point. So some souls get so depressed or whatever that they want to stay on the astral plane as an escape. And some want to just go into that dark place. And they show you all of that shit in that soul cartoon. It's deep. But if you a soul and you done checked up all your motherfucking boxes, you completed what you said you wanted to complete. So when you go to the absolute, you get to choose. You know what? I think I'm finna go over here and create this little hologram. I'm finna kick it here to whatever I want to kick it to. Then if you want to go to another holographic universe, you do that. So this is what this is about. You are a soul having a physical experience that you personally signed up for it. Yes, sir.
Also, though, if your ancestors got to reach out to you through somebody else, you ain't tapped in.
Exactly. You not.
You don't know who you talking to.
That's right.
They could have been anybody. They didn't tap into you, been watching you, and find out all this information about you.
Right.
You. And able to come looking and sounding like that person because you told them everything. They inside of you. Should nobody else have to reveal anything from your ancestor if you tapped in?
Yep.
I mean, it happens because some people are connected that way. But as a practice, if it wasn't a shaman or the clan mother,
right,
that ain't shit you just went to somebody else about.
Show don't. Because that's definitely precious and private. That's why I would never do it. And ain't nobody gonna try to access my shit because I ain't want to be fucked with on that spiritual realm. I'm finna to tell you. I minds my business. I'm peaceful and all of that. But no, you ain't finna touch me on that spiritual realm with that bullshit. But yes, your family members are supposed to be able... What you say, Brother Sean?
That's why we shouldn't be off into them rituals, especially if you didn't create it.
I always said that. I'm not following no motherfuckers' rituals. I can write up my own shit.
Exactly, and all that's their individual experience that they're sharing.
Exactly.
And people go off into this shit expecting to experience what somebody else experienced.
Exactly.
And you're supposed to be looking for your own experience.
That's right.
Not the same experience I had or you had.
Exactly. Exactly. Because as they're telling you up in this document, you have access to this. So you definitely shouldn't be utilizing anyone else. I had a coworker, this was years ago. The lady wound up transitioning. I didn't even know she transitioned. And she was on my mind. She kept being on my mind. Because we had left the job. We no longer worked at that particular job. And she kept being on my mind. I literally went to the point of going through real estate records online, and I tracked down where she lived because all I had was her phone number. So I kept calling, not getting an answer. So I got her address through the real estate records, and I drove to her house. Because I was living in Atlanta then. I was in the suburbs up north, and I drove to the city because she lived in DeKalb. I want to say she was in Decatur, if I remember right. So I'm over there knocking on her door. I see her car parked in front of the house. And so her neighbor came out. And she's a Caucasian, well, in that body she was a Caucasian lady. So her neighbor came out. And he was like, "Excuse me, who are you?" I said, "I've been looking for Karen. I haven't heard from her in months, and she's been on my mind. I've been worried. And the look on that man's face, I knew she had transitioned. He said, "Oh, man, she transitioned." I'm like, "What?" So I was standing there crying because I knew this lady was on my mind for a reason. And so he was like, yeah, we're trying to get in contact with her family because she was from California. I think San Diego, if I remember correctly. And she was an older lady. She was older than me. And so he said, yeah, we're trying to get in contact with her. We think we found her brother. And he's trying to settle up her estate. So he, gave us certain items out of her house or whatever. I'm like, okay, then. I said, well, thank you so much. And they were so nice. Her little neighbors were so nice. And we was just, well, how did you know her? And, they invited me in their house, and I was sitting there telling them how I knew her. And they was telling me different stories about her. I'm like, yeah, that's her. So she cussed out the line man. I'm like, yep, that's her. So we sitting there laughing. So I said, okay, well, let me get on back home. So he said, you know what? Take this vase. I want you to have this vase. Because that was so sweet of you to try to track her down. This is her vase, blah, 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 blah. And I thought that was so sweet. So I goes back to the crib, and I put the vase in my room on my dresser. And so I didn't think no more about it. So a week later, I see on my dresser where it was this feather and this little card with this angel on it with my motherfucking name. And I said, damn, Karen. Well, all right, girl. The shit just appeared out of nowhere. I'm like, okay. So, that was the end of it. So then fast forward 6 months from that particular incident, she comes to me in a vision, and she's in a panic, and she's opening up this book, and she's trying to get me to understand something in this book. And I'm like, Karen, I don't understand it. What are you trying to tell me? She's in a fucking panic, trying to show me in this book something. I knew she was trying to tell me something. I could not understand what she was trying to tell me. 2 days later, one of the people that we worked with, I get a call from one of our other co-workers because his son was ran over by a fucking school bus and the little boy died. I said, shit, that's what she was trying to tell me. That's exactly what she was trying to tell me, that this little boy was getting ready to get run over by this bus and to tell his parents. Because what happened was the little boy got off the bus and he walked behind the bus and his book bag fell by the bus wheel, the school bus wheel, and he bent down to pick it up. And the bus driver didn't make sure that he came from behind there and started to take the bus in drive, and it rolled back a little bit because it was on the hill, and it crushed that little boy and he died. So she was trying to show me this before the little boy had physically died. So apparently she had to see what happened on the holograph realm. She saw the future and was trying to tell it to me to warn the parents, but I just could not understand what she was talking about. Okay, so I'm just giving you all this story to show you how this shit is real. And when your consciousness, you are tapping into into the realms, folks are going to come to you. And you can go to them. And some of it, you be so motherfucking exhausted that you have to shut stuff down. Because otherwise you won't get no motherfucking rest. You be tired than a mug, okay? All right, so let me get the fuck on. All right, so I just want to talk about that. Huh?
I want to say one thing before you move on. about soul consciousness
Mm-hmm.
and the soul, your soul. Remember, they give you Christianity or Jesus to save your soul.
Mm-hmm.
But in reality, it is working out your own soul salvation. You got to put the work in. And people are not, this is what this is saying too. That's why you have to keep repeating, because you haven't learned anything. You did the same thing that you did with nothing. And so you have to keep coming back to work out your own problems, your own soul salvation.
Well, the soul salvation, yes, sis, Flame, when you talked about Eve's bayou, yeah, the Debbie lady with the beautiful dimples. I remember her from the stories, y'all, from All My Children. I think she was the one that was able to see things, if I remember that movie correctly. Absolutely. But the soul salvation, sis, it's just your spiritual contract.
That's right. You have to work it out yourself.
Right. It's your spiritual contract.
Yeah,
so I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's printed that way in the Bible, in the Old Testament, which is juxtaposed to the New Testament, where you got to have somebody else help you out. You know, you have to have some medium. You have to have some preacher. You got to have some Jesus. You got to have somebody else to help you finish your contract, and that's not true. And they're telling you that in that thing.
Well, in the motherfucking New Testament's defense, it's telling you that it's not even telling you to go through somebody else. It's telling you to use your Christ consciousness, which is your crown chakra.
Exactly right, but they gave you a name.
But they gave you a name, but you're supposed to be. That's why I said that Bible is dangerous. Thanks, Sis Divinity. Debbie Morgan. Oh, she got them pretty dimples. My mom got deep dimples like that, and I'm fired up because I only got the motherfucking one. I told her I feels cheated. But anyhow, no, they gave you. The Bible gave you the Christ consciousness. That's why I say that Bible is dangerous, because most do not know how to interpret it. They take the shit literally. They do tell you it's the Christ consciousness. It ain't their motherfucking fault because you said that's a person. That's why most people, 99.999%, should be using that motherfucker, because they don't get it.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Okay.
Because you got to do it yourself.
Right. So don't be sitting up there blaming it on Christ, Jehovah, Yahshua, Moses, none of that bullshit. Because that's code. That Bible is a code. Yeah. A code that you are supposed to be able to crack, because all it is really telling you is about the alchemy or the occult. But folks have taken the shit literally. Okay, so what do we say? All right, so it says, moreover, it is possible to see how the implosion of the energy patterns would cross and recross to create an incredibly complex four-dimension hologram or torus in spiral shapes in reflection of the multi-dimension developing pattern of evolution. All of the movements of the energies which comprise the universe leave their mark and hence tell their story throughout time. Quality of consciousness. We noted earlier that the out-of-body state involves projection of a major portion of energy pattern that represents human consciousness, so it may move either freely through the terrestrial sphere for the purpose of information acquisition or into dimensions outside of space and time, perhaps to interact with other forms of consciousness within the universe. Okay, so within that big cosmic egg. That's what they're talking about. Consciousness is the organizing and sustaining principle that provides the impetus and the guidance to bring and keep energy in motion within a given set of parameters so that a specific reality will occur. When consciousness reaches a state of sophistication in which it can perceive itself, its own hologram, it reaches the point of self-cognition. Human beings have this form of elevated consciousness, as does the absolute, but in the case of the latter, it is a function of energy and its associated quality of consciousness in affinity, omniscience, and omnipotence in perpetual unity. When energy returns to a state of total rest within the absolute. Y'all catch that? When energy returns to a state of total rest in the absolute, it returns to the continuum or of consciousness in the pool of limitless, timeless perception that resides there. So if you watch the Soul cartoon on Disney Plus, they are at that absolute. Thus, the more complex an energy system in the material state, the more consciousness it possesses to maintain its reality. Our consciousness, therefore, is that differentiated aspect of the universal consciousness which resides within the absolute. It accounts for the organization of the energy patterns which constitutes our physical body, but is the distinctly separate from and superior to it. Okay, so it's pretty much telling you that the physical body is just the skin suit, child. That's all. But your consciousness is superior to that. And the sad part about it, a lot of folks have the physical, place more power on the physical than they do their own consciousness. They have more faith in the physical than their own consciousness. Since consciousness exists quite apart from and outside of reality. Y'all catch that? Your consciousness exists beyond the matrix, basically. Beyond the bounds of time and space. It is like the absolute, has neither a beginning nor end. So it is telling you that you are an eternal, infinite being. You are. And that's where the whole phrase, I am. That's what you are saying when you make that statement, I am. Okay, reality has both a beginning and end because it is bounded within time, space. But the fundamental quantum of energy and its associated consciousness is eternal. And someone said in the chat tonight that energy cannot be destroyed. It is eternal. And they're absolutely right. And here the alphabet boys are telling you up in their documentation and their study. When reality ends, it constitute energy simply returns to the infinite and the absolute. Yes, brother.
Then how can we have a creator? How can there be a power?
Well. Exactly.
If we are the source and we created everything and we sustain everything, even the Matrix program.
That's right. That's right.
On all levels. It's all our creation.
Exactly.
And while we hold on to something that's been infected and proving to be ineffective for anything of higher frequencies, what are we holding on to? I mean, as far as anything, even what we call it nationalities, we trace ourselves all the way back to these ancient people. But we don't call ourselves the same things they call themselves. We've been finding out through research that these nations, states, etc., have been named after people. If it's not your bloodline, what are you claiming to be that for? If your energy, why do you keep claiming to be anything in this 3D realm? And what you do choose to call yourself. Yeah, they tell you you have the right to self-identify. They telling you you can create a new character.
Yep.
For this new era. They ain't telling you you can be free. You could system for 1,000 years. I mean, if they openly telling you that it'll be peace for 1,000 years, they know your ass coming back.
Right. Or they want you to buy into that program to come back. Yes.
Right. I mean, if you accept that deal,
exactly,
1,000 years of peace, they know that your ass coming back. They don't think that you might die next week and then the party's over.
Right.
They know you coming back.
Right.
So they can start all over again with you.
For the re-up. Right. So,
people,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Thinking about stimulus checks. They thinking about them stimulus checks. I mean, everybody has spent their stimulus checks already, didn't they? But they were so offended by the $600. They wasn't offended when that shit got there.
So let me give you your second bomb. And your hand clap. Y'all can't hear it, but you laid that out. All right. Okay. All right. So I don't know why the little hand clap don't want to work. Huh? Yeah, exactly. But you laid that out, Brother Sean. Exactly. Very point, very well taken. So on this platform, when we talk about, I don't want to hear that about no motherfucking paperwork. Get the fuck out of my face. And we don't say that rudely. We only say that rudely to people that we have told nicely and politely several times, Sugar Plum, I'm not interested. And you're going to try to say, I'm stupid and ignorant. See, then that's when I'm going to get ghetto country on you and cuss you the fuck out. That's the perspective that we're coming from. Because when I talked to the ancestors, they didn't tell me to join said nation and fill out a boatload motherfucking of paperwork. That's not what the ancestors told me. Now, they did tell me to go get the motherfucking records to break a curse, to stop all of the fuckery of family members taking on other identities. Now, that they did tell me. That's what we're talking about. So you can't sit up and tell somebody else who they are and what to do for them and theirs. That's why we keep telling you, you are who your bloodline is. All right. So consciousness and perspective. Having ascertained that human consciousness is able to separate from physical reality and interact with other intelligence in other dimensions within the universe, and that it is both eternal and destined for ultimate return to the absolute, we are faced with the question, so what then? So what happens then? Okay, and I think this is why we had to back up, but that's okay. That's okay. We didn't took a little break. We took a little break, so that's okay. Since memory is a function of consciousness and therefore enjoys the same eternal character as the consciousness, which accounts for its existence, it must be admitted that when consciousness returns to the absolute, it brings with it all its memories it has accumulated throughout the experience in reality. The return of consciousness to the absolute does not imply an extinction of the separate entity which the consciousness organizes and sustains in reality. Rather, it suggests a differentiated consciousness which merges with the particles in the universe, consciousness, and infinity of the absolute without losing the separate identity. Okay. So that's we scrolling past the universal cosmic egg, y'all. Accumulated self-knowledge with its memories confer upon it. Okay, so we already talked about that. When you go back up to the absolute with your memories, you pull up your Akashic records and you got to review them motherfuckers. So that's basically what we talking about. What it does lose is the capability for generation of independent thought holograms, since that can be done only by energy and motion. Okay? So in other words, when you in the absolute, you in the absolute. You're not in the hologram. In order to be in a hologram, and the picture above that we scrolled up shows you the actual energy that creates that hologram. All right. Is the capability for generation of independent thought holograms, since that can be done only by energy and motion. In other words, it retains the power to perceive but loses the power of will or choice. In exchange, however, this consciousness participation in the all-knowing infinite continuum of consciousness, which is a characteristic of energy in the ever-presence. Consequently, it is accurate to observe that when a person experiences the out-of-body state, he is, in fact, projecting that eternal spark of consciousness and memory, which constitutes the ultimate source of his identity, to let it play in and learn from dimensions, both inside and outside the time-space world, in which his physical component currently enjoys a short period of reality. Gateway method. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Energy in the ever-present. We always say be in the present moment.
Mm-hmm.
Not worried about the past or the future.
Y'all remember that old school song? This what jumped in my head when you said that. It was a brother singing the song about him trying to get his old lady to stop bringing up his dirt. This is an old school song, y'all. This is what our mom and them was listening to. And if you were a millennial or my Z's, stop bringing up, don't keep bringing up the past. I love you forever.
One way.
Oh, okay, that's who it was.
One way.
Yeah, remember they was in the background. Always seems to be something in the past. He was singing his
listening to
ass off, knowing he had messed up. And they in the back going, he's like, I love you forever. And the background is, always seems to be. So that's what made me bring that up.
One way, Al Hudson, and one way.
Okay, yeah, one way.
Just listening to that.
Yeah, one way. Put some shit out, cause didn't they put out too? If you play your cards right.
Mm-hmm.
That's my motherfucking shit.
They had a ton of hits.
They did that.
If you only knew. Can't keep running away.
Oh, they did have a lot. I forgot about them.
Oh, that stuff.
Yeah, but that if you play your cards right, that's old school. But it really should be an old school anthem for women. Like, you know, you don't come with no bullshit ass hand. Everything gonna be all right if you play your cards right with me. All right. So anyway, let's get back to being focused. Okay, so the Hemi-sync, I know we're going into overtime. I'm just going to keep y'all 30 more minutes. Maybe, and if we can get through 29 and 30, we'll pick back up because this will get us back on track. Hemi-sync introduced. After that, he is exposed for the first time to the Hemi-sync sound frequencies and is encouraged to focus on and develop a perception of an appreciation for those feelings which accompany the synchronization of brain waves that results. Next comes the technique of progression and systematic physical relaxation. So they're talking about transcendental meditation, family. Okay, and as you're as you're meditating, how you are accessing these different quote, quote, gateways and what all of this stuff means. Okay, so right now they're telling you as you're getting in the trance of meditation, next comes the technique of progressive and systematic physical relaxation, while the Hemi-sync frequencies are expanded to include additional form of pink and white noise designed to put the physical body at the virtual threshold of sleep, as well as to calm the left hemisphere of the mind while reading. Did I skip something? Shit. Let me see. Relaxation, while the Hemi-sync frequencies are expanded to include additional forms of pink and white noise designed to put the physical body at the virtual threshold of sleep, as well as to calm the left hemisphere of the mind, virtual threshold of sleep, as well as while raising the right hemisphere to a state of heightened attentiveness. Once all of this is achieved, the participation is invited to envision or envisage creation of an energy balloon comprised of an energy flow beginning at the center of the top of the head and extending down in all directions of the feet. Okay, so remember I told y'all that the top of the head is what they call the crown chakra. Did I not tell y'all in order to access those realms, you have to go through the crown chakra? That soft spot in your head, that's what they're telling you. The energy involved in this flow then proceeds up through the body and back into the balloon pattern again. The energy balloon, which sets up a pattern very reminiscent of the cosmic egg discussed earlier, not only enhances bodily energy flow and encourages early achievement of a suitable resonant state, but it is also designed to provide protection against conscious energies possessing lower energy levels, which the participant might encounter in the event that he achieves an out-of-body state. It serves as a precautionary purpose in the unlikely event that the participant's first out-of-body experience involves direct projection outside of the terrestrial sphere. So in other words, it's telling you you are going through your crown chakra, connecting that energy. It's coming back down through the body, hitting all of your chakras to the feet, and it's creating that torus field spin, or that cosmic egg. And when you get to that state, you are spinning high. You are spinning at a high vibrational rate. And that you're doing as a conscious soul, because you spinning high, because you ain't trying to be fucked with when you're on your mission. So this also proves that raising your vibration, you are not able to be fucked with. So when we talk about folks getting all scared and in fear, they gonna do this to me, they gonna do that to me, they got this type of power, they got that type of power, they gonna usurp your ass every time, because you're supposed to be generating your torus field, your cosmic egg, to be untouchable. That's what's supposed to be happening. And really, you spinning so fast, they can't even see you. It's like you disappear to them, because they can't hit that frequency. That's why this stuff is important. That's why this is what the real power is about. This is how powerful you are. This is what you're supposed to be tapping into. And anything outside of this, you're just having an experience in the physical. And you still even have the ability to control that. All right, so we're going to start on 30. Then we're going to be in a good place. I'm going to read the first paragraph for 30, and then we're going to pick back up next week with 30. Advanced technique. Having reached focus 10, the participant is now ready to endeavor to achieve a state of sufficiently expanded awareness to begin actually interacting with dimensions beyond those associated with his experience of physical reality. This state is called Focus 12 and involves conscious efforts on his part, while additional forms of pink and white noise enter the sound stream being directed into his ear from the gateway tape. Okay, so if you read back up into it, remember we went over, rather, and if this is your first time getting this information, I encourage everybody to get this document. Everybody needs to get this document. Read through it. All right? Read through it at least for yourself once. And then if you're just joining us on the series, you can go back to the beginning of this series and walk through the document. We literally are covering every point. But this is extremely important information. Everybody should have this document. Okay. All right. So they talked about the pink and the white noise, because what was happening, they were teaching the participants in this study how to meditate to the point where they can create that cosmic egg, where they could connect to the higher realm or the absolute so they can get that spin to create that cosmic egg. So they literally had a tape with this white noise to help them with that process, because what they were teaching them were how to meditate. Okay, but I'm telling you, you can do this yourself. I prefer that you do it yourself by practicing being still. We talked about this last time. Shit, and I don't want to. Last time I did this, y'all, I shut the motherfucking stream down. You can do it by making, the ohm sound, or whatever continuous sound calms you and resonates you. Not gonna make the other sounds, because literally, if y'all go back to the YouTube streams, you're gonna see on one of the shows, it totally motherfucking shut it down. So I'm not gonna make them sounds, because it's gonna shut this motherfucking connection down. All right, so that's how you can start practicing. Get whatever steady sound works for you. I'm sorry, what you say, Brother Sean?
What I'm tripping on is precautionary purpose. First out-of-body experience involves direct projections outside the terrestrial sphere. What exactly is the terrestrial sphere? And then previous to that, it says something about like encountering something else about the different levels. Now, if you don't have a soul, there's only so far you can go. Anyway.
You want me bring back up the Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You say your piece. I'm gonna bring back up the diagram. You go ahead.
And we know that the demiurges are feeding on a certain level of consciousness. That's why they let out so much information. Different levels of the matrix. And people get a little bit of information.
Come on, tell it now.
And figure they know everything.
Child, you can't tell her.
Trapped. In the different part of the matrix. I mean, you just got more energy. You a bigger meal.
Right. Damn, Brother Sean, I knew you had to bring that back up. So I brought it up. I brought back up the universe cosmic egg. Where my damn? Oh, there it is. So this is the universe cosmic egg, or the universe hologram. This is the Earth. And they tell you, they say our galaxy. So this showing you our galaxy. This is the little Earth. So when they talk about you traveling, and you can possibly, if you don't have your shit together, if you're not spinning, because in order to spin high enough, you got to be able to break through here. Everybody can't break through here. That's what Brother Sean is talking about. Because you have folks or energies that are within the hologram. So some folks, like Brother Sean say, they get some knowledge and they be kicking it, here. And then they run into other particular energies. And if you don't have your shit together and you haven't practice and know self, you can link up with an energy that's trapped here. They can't get beyond this particular hologram. So you could get yourself into some fuckery. And sometimes you may need to get into that fuckery in order to learn how to navigate in here. Because remember, here is where past, present, and future, because this is present. This is present. So that's why they tell you past, present, and future are all working simultaneously. So if this is past, present, which is Earth, and past and future are here, all of it energy, because this is energy, a hologram energy matrix in motion. That's how it's all existing at the same time. So sometimes when you are learning, you do have to play in this realm. Especially when you first wake up. We call first wake upping. When you become familiar with your consciousness and the power of your consciousness, you play a lot in this realm. You play a lot in the matrix. You play a lot here. But you're supposed to be growing, getting stronger, and validating your motherfucking contract. And then mastering it to know how to look at the future, go back, look at the past, be like, oh, okay, I get it. And then come back to the present and keep fulfilling your contract. But some people get lost here. And some people, I have literally heard people say, and there's nothing wrong with that, if that's what they want to experience, where they play so much in this realm that they like it and they kick it here. But the problem, like Brother Sean is saying, if you don't know the difference between here and being able to go out here, that's a problem. And every energy and motion, some of those energy and motion that are in this particular matrix, they can't spin high enough to make it out. So that's why when you hear us talk about too, people be fucking around on astro planes and stuff, and people thinking, so in other words, people running into these particular entities and saying, oh, I saw Horus, I saw Thoth, I saw this one, I saw that. That's all, they're still in this particular forum. And now all they doing is linking up with that particular energy. And a lot of people get lost there. And they start adopting that particular doctrine. And so they not only never learn and master this, they don't spin high enough to make it out. So excellent point, Brother Sean. So that's why it takes a lot of work, family. It takes a lot of work to study self. It takes a lot of work. And I personally put the work here. Now, don't get me wrong. I went through all of that. Well, let me study this nation. Let me study the Moorish doctrine. But I went through that shit so motherfucking quick. It was like, pew, pew, pew. And I was like, oh, no, fuck that. No, I got it. No, I'm good, bruh. I'm good. I went through that shit quick. I went through the whole phase of, oh yeah, brother and sister, let's, build a nation. Went there, had that shit on my platform. And had to shut all that shit down. But no matter what, I got to come back to the real power. To the absolute, to the ultimate truth. Because I'm fulfilling my contract. Living my best life because I ain't going back and forth with you ninjas. Now don't get me wrong, I have kicked it. I have had a wonderful experience this round. Yeah, it's been rough, but damn, a sister doing it. So I'm not interested in no, side motherfucking negotiation deals. It's nothing personal. Because I know what I wrote in my spiritual contract, and it wasn't that. All right. So we're going to do this last little 30, and then we're going to pick back up on that next week. All right. So we talked about the pink and the white noise enter the sound stream being directed into his ear from the gateway tape. Once the participant has achieved this state of greatly expanded awareness, he is ready to begin employing a series of specific techniques or tools. And that's where we left off, y'all. The Monroe Institute characterized them, which enable him to manipulate his newly found expanded awareness to obtain practical, useful feedback of value for promoting self-discovery and personal growth. The specific techniques involved are described individually below. Okay, so this is perfect. We needed to go back through all of that stuff because I was trying to remember the Monroe Institute when we talked about that box. So this will be perfect to pick back up next week. Mm-hmm. So, Sis Sandra, you got any last words for the family?
Yes, good night. Have a wonderful evening, and I know that this year is going to be our job to create what we want it to be.
Absolutely.
We got to make it turn out the way we want to live it, the way they want us to live it. Because there may be rough roads ahead, but it's up to us to make our lives the way we want it.
Indeed. Indeed. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well,
I love when you say that.
In this journey of remembering self, divine feminine, all of this, who the original creators were, who was here billions of years before y'all created us. Unfortunately, y'all even had wars back then.
Yes, we did.
One of the sisters agreed to be part of the experiment with these things we got running around here.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of healing
Yes.
to do
Yes.
on the whole.
Yes.
Recognizing your true power, you were never weak. You were never helpless. You were the warriors,
Mm-hmm.
lawgivers, law keepers, nurturers. As the X-Men cartoon series Ain't about the man.
Mm.
Ain't about men.
Mm.
X.
Yep.
When you look into those religious doctrines, the truth that you need to be looking for in them is the divine feminine aspect that was hijacked.
Yes.
That's where the true power is. That's what the true authority is. That's where the true laws are.
Yep.
My beautiful sisters, why do you think you're the most coveted thing on the planet?
Hmm.
There's a reason for that. You are everything, and everything is you.
Mm.
Love y'all.
Thank you, Brother
Wholeness
Sean.
and power.
Wholeness and power, brother. Family, I want to thank you all so much. I just dropped, Brother Troy, the link to the document. Please, family, y'all download this document and read it. I do want to thank you all so much. If you can, I'm sorry.
Was it the one you had or something else?
No, it was the one I had. The one I had on my stuff just got corrupted, huh?
Wondering if it's something different. Your feed stopped rolling for me, so I was wondering if you had. Oh, there it is, right there. I see.
Okay, yeah. It's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. So, Brother Sean and Brother Nuwa gave me the fresh link. So yeah, download that document, family. It's a precious document because they put the truth in there. But what I'm going to say to the family, I am going to be putting out information, and it's going to be, y'all think we be getting deep here, which we do. We are literally taking it next level. This next level shit. So you're going to see me hitting hard also on the podcast. You're going to see me hitting hard on the podcast. And what I'm going to be hitting hard on the podcast, that ain't no little boy, little girl shit. That's grown folks shit. So if you finna be in your feelings, that ain't the place for you. But if you truly want to grow, you want to free yourself, that's the purpose of it. So check out those podcasts, because women, don't get comfortable, sisters. I got one coming for us also. I got one coming for us. Because what I held back for so long, and that sister, Brother Sean, that you sent me her link that went in about the XX and the XY, she confirmed with me that it was women. We warred with each other on whether or not to create certain things. So in other words, we knew what the fuck we was doing. You know what I'm saying? To put certain things in motion. So the whole purpose of the woman coming back and sitting on the throne is to clean the shit up that we had done.
To begin with.
Exactly. Because that's why when folks talk about balance, yeah, you're absolutely right, but with balance, but with that balance, you gotta spin it. You gotta get to the point to spin. Because contrary to popular belief, you're all going back to the X. You're all going back to the X. So sisters, don't get comfortable. I will be putting out on that podcast about sisters and what our responsibility is, because the power is within us. And now that the energy has shifted, sisters, you have to take the reins. Because this hologram is coming to an ending of a cycle. It's graduating. Okay. All right. So, love you all very much. You can get the podcast, beloved. Go to the YouTube videos. You're gonna see. I have some short videos, but it's on Anchor FM, and it's under WTUZ. But the quick way to get to it, if you can't remember that, and if you have to dig through Anchor FM, is to go to YouTube, and specifically I have a couple of videos on YouTube. One is about Q Elemento PNM and the PSYOPs and the extinction of the Y chromosome and soul contracts. So you can go on YouTube, access any one of those videos, and in the description, click it, and it'll take you to get that podcast series. I'm sorry, Brother Sean, go ahead.
You got Stop Cooning up there, too.
Oh, shit, see? Show do, y'all. I got Stop Cooning up there, too. So we finna hit y'all with some heavy hitting shit. And then I'm just going to do them back to back. This off the dome. Some of them I just been holding because it wasn't the right frequency. I knew it wasn't going to be received. But now it's the right frequency. And I am so proud of brothers because when I did that the extinction of the Y chromosome, I ain't seen one brother get in their feeling yet. Matter of fact, one brother left it was a touching comment on the YouTube comments of that video. He wrote out the first dissertation, and he was in the house tonight. I don't see him now, but he wrote out a one dissertation explanation, and he was going into these different entities, all of that, and then he came back and said, you know what, sister? Although I may not want the X to be extinct, but if that's what the way it needs to be, that's the way it needs to be. That shit touched me to my motherfucking soul. Because for the pure fact that he gets it. So I encourage you all to listen to that one. Go to the Anchor FM to listen to it in its entirety. Because I go through all of the science behind it. We talk about the DNA and talk about what's coming. Because at the end of the day, what's really going to go on is you go back to the X. And you build other universes. Okay? Because this was just an experience, family. That's all. Oh, brother, I'm born here. Oh, shoot. Far as a Cash App, I would have to get that together. I don't have it on me. If you all want to send something, I mean, you don't have to. There's a place on that Anchor FM. You can drop something. You know, you can if you want to. It would definitely be used to support the equipment because I spent a lot of money on equipment and all of that. So that's sweet. I appreciate it. But no, it's not required of you. But, if you want to, there's a spot on the Anchor's FM to do it. All right. So, YouTube family, I just love you all very much. I am just so honored that you're spending the time with us as well. I know it's a lot. So I appreciate you all. Shout out to my moderators. You did a wonderful job. I see the likes up. Shout out to my family callers. Don't think that I forgotten about you. I haven't. I appreciate you all as well. So YouTube, we gonna have to sign off, sweet peas. And damn, I hate because of copyright perspectives. I'm finna to play. We finna jam out to it on the phone. One way, something in the past. So y'all not gonna be able to hear it. So love you all, family, and we'll see you throughout the week. And y'all know me, I be all up in Po Top Cat's shit, chopping it up in his particular chat. So you'll either see me there or you'll see me drop another podcast. Look out for that as well. So love you very much, family. Peace and love, YouTube.